that we're going live, that'd be great.
I just want to wait for us to go live, and then I'll send something
All
out.
right, beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, we really got pushed it. Our viewership was down a little bit yesterday, but historically, that's what happens. So I don't know why, but
like we are live. Graham's still in a field of grass.
I had a buddy watching.
All right. We have most of our crew here. We're going to get going. Some guys have a little bit of some radio duties, so they'll be joining us shortly. Welcome to session, gosh, I don't know, is it 3? Yeah, I guess. Seems like we've been at this for weeks. The 2025 Banner Brackets Mock Selection Committee. If you missed any of the past stuff, we're going to have a short session here today, only about 4 hours or so. So if you missed any of the past selection part of it, they're on our YouTube channel, Banner Brackets. You can just go back and listen to any of it and see where your team lands. We're going to be seeding the 7 seeds today, starting off. We've got all the teams in the field, way more actually than we're gonna place. So we've got plenty of teams to pick from right now. So that part of it's done. So now we're just on to seeding all the way through tomorrow, early in the thing. Tomorrow will start at noon Eastern, daylight time. Turning the clocks back ahead tonight. So noon Eastern daylight time will start tomorrow. We'll probably have the bubble is the seeding we'll do tomorrow, right from the get-go, and then we'll go into a full scrub, taking into consideration any games played today that we may, look at move a team a seed line or two. All right, I'm not gonna go through here. I'll just shout everybody out. There's Shelby Mast, Kerry Miller, Anthony Valentino, and Graham Dorn are here. We got Dave Amon will be with us shortly, and Rocco Miller will be in with us shortly. He'll be cutting in and out, and I know Kerry has something to do a little bit later. I have to. What time is it? What time's your deal, Kerry? You're on mute, buddy.
Fine, I'm on mute. It's 10:30 Eastern, just like 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. I have to go up and do some dog duties here in a little bit for about 10 minutes too. So
Yay.
we'll maybe just take a break at one point here fairly early in the process. Okay. So before we get into the heavy duty selection, what we're going to do here is let me get this set up, and I'm going to I'll share with you our board right now where we sit in case you missed it yesterday. We have 6 seeds done. They're on the left-hand side there. Auburn, Duke, Houston, Florida are 1s. Alabama, Tennessee, Michigan State, Texas Tech 2s. Kentucky, St. John's, Wisconsin, A&M 3. In the 4 line, we have Iowa State, Purdue, Arizona, Maryland. 5 line, Clemson, Oregon, Michigan, St. Mary's. 6 line, Ole Miss, Missouri, UCLA, and BYU. And we will, these aren't final. We're going to go through and do a scrub. We may move some around. I see Missouri and UCLA together, and you can't help but think that unbelievable, was it Tyus Edney game?
Yeah. Yep.
1995 Boise.
Yep.
Coast to coast.
Boise. But UCLA
today's the 7-year anniversary of UMBC over Virginia too.
Oh, nice. All right. And then right now we have what you see this holding cross country. That's the way the committee labels it. We follow all the committee procedures as much as we can. So Illinois, Marquette, and Memphis, Kansas are holding. They're going to join 4 other teams, which we're going to pick here in a few minutes. Right now, we want to go down to the bottom. So we cram like about 60 to 70 hours of work that the committee does into about less than 24 hours. So we have to do some offline work to make sure that everything is done. So I'm going to be entering these as we begin discussion on these, but I just wanted to show you real briefly. So we have like seeded all of what we consider the AQs from typically mid-major conferences. Now, some of these, like San Diego, Drake, they could end up much higher than this in a better seed spot, but we just put them all in to get them all ranked. So these are the rankings with the San Diego, Drake, McNeese, Liberty, and then Yale, High Point, Akron, Lipscomb, then Chattanooga, Utah Valley. Oops, sorry. A glitch here. Utah Valley, Northern Colorado, and Southern Alabama, and then Towson, Robert Morris, Central Connecticut State, and Norfolk. And then down at the bottom on the 16s, we have Bryant, Omaha, Southeast Missouri, who had a win last night, Southern, Quinnipiac, and Bucknell. Granted, we're at a little disadvantage because we're doing this a week earlier than the committee. So we have to just go by the teams that are leading the conference and or our number one seeds in their conference tournament. We will have Summers also by tomorrow. So that's good. Who's going today for a championship? We have a championship game
Oh,
today.
Valley.
Oh, OPC.
OVC. So that'll be SEMO and who are they playing?
SIUE. I
Yeah.
believe.
Oh,
Deciding
okay. So it is pretty much.
acronym will be a 16 seed.
So I was on radio here. I do a thing every Friday morning, and obviously it was Nebraska heavy. Are they in? Are they out? Da 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 da. And get all done. The guy goes, "Oh, we have to go." He goes, "Yeah, but I need one more question." And so I thought, okay, it's going to be a quick Nebraska question. He goes, "Who do you got in the OVC?" Okay. Well, SEMO's leading it, but Little Rock could beat him tonight. Yeah, it did not. Okay. For you people that went to bed early, we did have an upset last night. Colorado State did beat Boise. So Boise, as you can see, is in our teams in the field. So when we get down that far, we may get to that point.
Is Colorado State supposed to be under consideration as opposed to in the field?
We got
voted
them.
well. No, on that last vote, we put them. We
Yeah.
put them in. Remember that last vote we had?
The one with UC Irvine in Texas.
Yeah, we had 4 waiting, and then we added 4, and then we just said, okay, we'll just put these 8 into the field because there's no voting anybody out, and they may not make it. I mean, this goes down to like I think 52 on the seed line. So then they will go back. They'll be like first 4 out or second 4 out, whatever it comes to. So yeah, technically they're not in the field. You're right, Graham. I see what you're saying. That's probably a bad tag at the top to say in the field. Probably should say teams under consideration for seeding now, right?
Yeah, I think speaking of in consideration for seeding, it'll be interesting to see who we add to Illinois, Marquette, Memphis, and Kansas now to go for the 7 seeds.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'll send out a ballot here. We're going to pick from that whole group of teams right there.
Rocco's waiting to be let in. Oh, there he is. I see him now.
Hey, he's here.
He snuck in.
I'm good at that.
Don't doubt it.
Morning, Rocco.
Good morning.
I know it's early for you. Appreciate it.
Oh, no, there's no time to rest around here.
No time to sleep.
That's right.
Rocco,
Rocco, who does LMU have today, Rocco?
LMU
Do you know?
has Washington State. 6 versus 7.
They look pretty good last. I mean, I know it's USD, but they look pretty good last night.
They have a couple guys that might make the league. They have some talent. Just, I don't know, not consistent.
You don't sleep, Rocco, but can we all agree that John Rothstein schedules his 6 a.m. tweets and he's not actually up at that time?
Well,
He's not.
obviously, I thought that was a given.
I don't know if the general college basketball Twitter universe realizes that. I think they're
Why?
fully bought into his shtick.
I think
I
if
think
ever-
that's why when Blue Sky started taking off for like a month or so, he refused to join because I don't think you can schedule tweets or skeets,
Ah.
whatever you call them on there.
That's
Interesting.
funny.
All right, there we go, guys. I'll and Dave, if Dave votes, I send it to him. If he has his phone available, he'll vote. If not, I'll vote for him. I'm kind of the sub. I'll just mention right now, hey, Anthony Schneider again, delivering on Venmo. We'll pull that up here in a little bit. If you want to help our cause, that's awesome. For $20 donation or all, we will in depth talk about your team.
Should make the bubble teams pay us to talk about them.
We'd be millionaires, buddy.
So we've got the top six lines in. We've got 4 teams holding. So this is theoretically our 8 and 9 seeds. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is the first vote seeding wise where I've kind of started to see some of these teams that you're picking and thinking, wow, okay, this looks more like a bubble team than a solid single digit seed. So I think we're going to see a combination of some teams that are very solidly in the field and some that are very, very likely to be in the field, but you wouldn't want to necessarily say are completely locked in yet.
Funny as
Yeah, I think
I'm
we're
going.
gonna. Yeah, I agree, Graham. We're gonna see kind of a little mix here. You know.
I'm going the opposite way and seeing teams like Louisville and UConn that we, theoretically don't have on the top 7 lines.
I'm sure we'll talk about them here briefly, but UConn's going to be a fascinating resume for the committee to go through. If you look at a lot of their metrics, it's kind of like UCLA, where some of the metrics point to a lower seed, but then some of the top end wins make you think maybe they're going to be a little bit higher up the bracket. And ultimately, there's the lingering question of how do you treat a 2-time national champion, even if they are not the same team that they've been for the past couple of years.
Just my opinion. I think 0. I don't think they'll take that into consideration at all.
Shouldn't.
They shouldn't, but last year we saw a
They
lot
did
of
last year, quite a
little
bit.
higher than we thought they would based on name brand recognition.
Who do you think was it last year?
Say,
I think it was everybody that made a deep tournament run the previous year. I thought you saw
FAU, San Diego State.
San Diego State, like all of those teams were seated a little bit higher than you might think they would be.
I would say Michigan State too probably got the benefit of the doubt at the end of the day.
I'll agree with that. I think the Blue Bloods do get generally they're worthy. Okay, so we don't have to worry about it. But we've seen where that one year where we said, "Oh, Duke's going to be a 2 seed," and Dave was like, "No, they're putting Duke at 1." You know.
I mean, UConn's a blue blood now, though. I mean, if
Yeah,
we're
no,
talking,
I
talking
understand.
new age blue bloods, yeah. I mean, I'm willing to lean into the benefit of the doubt argument a little bit this year with UConn, personally.
Well, I mean, you can just say when you're having your qualitative basketball analysis discussions in the committee room, you can talk about the quality of the players, but you can also talk about the coaching. We really believe in Dan Hurley. That's a qualitative basketball analysis. They're allowed to say that sort of thing and stand by it. So, is that unfair? Perhaps, but it's something that can enter the discussion if they want it to.
I would just say for this vote that we're doing, if you guys haven't done it yet, we will be scrubbing later in the process. So the way I looked at it was, if any of these teams lost out, would you leave them out of the tournament? And I felt like there was exactly 8 teams that could lose out and still be in. So those are the 8 I picked.
Same.
Because we're going to be doing seeding later.
You're looking at 1 vote for Irvine.
I know, but I can vote for Drake on this one,
That's true.
which was easy.
Exactly what you
Resume
said,
than
Rocco, is
athlete.
why I went with Drake over West Virginia for that exact
Yeah.
reason. Like, I
Yep,
want that.
same vote, same vote. And Baylor and Georgia.
Guess we were alone in voting for Drake based on what's coming in here.
I just think, yeah, I get stuck in it too. So I just think it's a good reminder, because I think we all get used to building our own brackets on our own. And then you forget that right now we're just trying to get a field together. We'll seed it all later. So you don't have to focus on just 8 or 9 seeds. It's just like, who's solidly
Okay.
in.
There is our 8: Vanderbilt, UConn, Mississippi State, Louisville, Gonzaga, Creighton, New Mexico, and West Virginia. So we can have some discussion on these, and then we will rank them after the discussion is done, 1 through 8, and then the top 4 will join Marquette, Memphis, Illinois, and Kansas for our selecting our 7 seeds.
I'll just say process of elimination. I don't think Vanderbilt, New Mexico, and West Virginia have done enough to be 7 seeds right now. So
Correct.
I kind of feel like the other 5 should have more focus.
For
agree.
daily Gonzaga conversation.
Yeah, let's talk Gonzaga. We haven't really. I don't think if we did, it was way back in the first session. So Gonzaga's
Years ago.
Years. All right, I got Gonzaga and Louisville pulled up, just picking 2 at random. Although maybe I'll go Connecticut instead of, since they played each other.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the first meeting I put a bunch together for Gonzaga. I know we talked about them a lot too on the first call of the week, but yeah, just a reminder, in almost every single one of their wins, they've absolutely hammered teams, including the 2 quad 1 road wins last week to end the regular season, at Santa Clara, at San Francisco, technically, even though the Chase Center game. And their 8 losses are all close, 3 of them in overtime. One of the things hurting Gonzaga compared to last year is they don't have a big time road win. Their best road win is San Diego State, which helps, but it's not anywhere near what Kentucky was a year ago. They're 8-8 in their 16 bigger games in the top 2 quads, but just 3-6 in quad 1. They have a win over Indiana, and a home win over Baylor on opening night by 1 million. I think they beat them by 38. So that's the danger factor, very, very high, of course, for Gonzaga, but the actual resume lacking due to all those factors. I think the other big thing is UConn, UCLA specifically, pretty close to them right now in all these votes, seed list, etc. They took head-to-head losses to both on neutral courts. So the Gonzaga UCLA game was played at the new Clippers arena, so you could argue maybe a little bit of an edge for UCLA, but I wouldn't, because Gonzaga fans are insane and they travel everywhere. They probably had more fans than UCLA there. And then, of course, the other one was in Madison Square Garden against UConn. So that one obviously did tilt towards UConn. But it has been a little difficult to just feel reassured that they belong above both at any juncture due to those head-to-head losses.
Yeah, I think the other thing that really stands out for me with Gonzaga is we know Baylor is not looking like a single-digit seed based on how these votes came through. So no wins against a single-digit seed for Gonzaga.
Yep. But I think on the other token, you look at all their results, and they've been in every game. Nobody's been able to just woodshed Gonzaga. I don't think that exists. So that plays into their danger factor, which probably should play into their seed a little bit. They're also going to get probably north of – how many wins they have right now?
23.
Yeah, so they have two more they can get if they win the championship. They're looking really good in that semifinal, as we've discussed. So they should have at least 24 wins. I think this will be their 20th or no, I think it's going to be like their 28th straight WCC championship game if they win the semifinal. So just yeah, they're a little bit of a different beast than most, obviously. They operate at a national level, which is why they get the games they get. Yeah, that's where they're at.
The hard part with the Zags, right, is they're the poster child for how does the committee decide to seed this year. If we lean into the notion that they maybe leaned a little bit more towards the resume metrics for seeding in the top 16, which I'm not convinced that's what they're going to do throughout the bracket, then Gonzaga is a little bit lower. If we lean into the fact or the notion that historically they've used predictive metrics more, then that points to Gonzaga being a 3 seed, which is probably not the case right now, obviously. But they don't have the quality, as Rocco mentioned, to necessarily back that up all the way, even if they run the table at the WCC tournament. But that's why Gonzaga is so sticky for me, or tricky for me, is I don't really know which way I'm a little thrown for a loop as to which way the committee is going to go with seeding. I think historically, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, it appears that they've leaned into predictives more with Gonzaga traditionally to seed them. But right now, I think their resume, again, without having that real high-end win to match with something, I have them a little bit down on the 8 line for now. And I think that could be potentially abated a little bit by beating St. Mary's in Vegas. But it's hard. It's hard to really give them the true boost that their predictives say they should without anything really big quality-wise supporting it.
Yeah, I would just advise not to lose any sleep over it, because when the committee, a real committee, meets Wednesday, all their results will be done. We'll know if they've lost the championship game, if they're the champion, and if they do beat St. Mary's in the championship game, they'll at least prove they can beat them 1 out of 3, and it's gonna impact all those other things that you're seeing. I mean, the whole purpose of the metrics is just to try to back your work up, so those numbers will all improve if they get that win. Their actual resume is going to obviously improve. That'll be their best win on their resume. So a lot of that stuff will help. And then here's the flip side. This is, I think, maybe the more important point is a bunch of these teams near them: Mississippi State, Illinois, probably Kansas. We'll see with Louisville, BYU, UConn. Almost, I would say 80% or more of those teams. There's a much longer list, but those are the ones closest. Are going to fall in their conference tournament, and some of them will lose on the first day. And I think the committee will have an easier time, especially as you see in this process. We do the scrubbing and the seeding towards the end to just continue to move up a WCC champion Gonzaga with a danger factor up and up and up. And I think that's how they can creep up to the 6. They might be limited at a 6 this year just due to the fact they don't have a big road national win like last year with Kentucky. But I still think they have some room to climb.
Good points, Rocco. And I kind of look at it like you just said, I kind of look at it like in reverse of what we had to look at other years when Gonzaga has swept St. Mary's and then St. Mary's went in the tournament and won.
Right.
Remember about how much that boosted them or got them in the field or moved them up or whatever. I think the same factor is going to be just in reverse this year.
Yeah, pretty similar. And St. Mary's has been top 10 in net before too. A couple of years ago, they were 8. Same exact spot Gonzaga's in today. So yeah, I would just say let it play out. Obviously, we have to vote for today, and we can't just give them wins that they haven't earned yet. So we have to vote on what they are.
No pieces of gold.
Number 6, I believe.
Correct.
We're almost to 8.
Arguably, no pieces of bronze either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
they're
go
not.
bronze for Viejas win. It's hard to win at Viejas.
There's no way all 3 of them are going to drop out, but any of their 3 wins over Baylor, San Diego State, or Indiana right now look like tournament wins. They might not a week from now.
Back when they got them, they looked much better.
Right. But they were
I
all
think San Diego State will get in.
wasn't ranked, but Indiana certainly was. Baylor certainly was.
Yeah, Baylor certainly was. Yeah. Well, and I think from Mark Few's point of view, talked to him last weekend. They're entirely frustrated because you go back and watch those endings of games. They just had some stupid possessions. They could have won a lot, like half those games probably. But hey, I as a WCC Bay Area guy, I don't mind seeing them have to struggle a little bit.
Hey, Kerry, can we have, I mean, I think we've probably beat this to death, but I'd just like to see it one more time. Louisville and Mississippi State, because I don't know about you guys, but they're always like brothers or
Close enough.
sisters or whatever you want to call them in my bracket, every stinking bracket. I mean, they're just right together, and I have difficulty separating them out. And
I think Louisville, for me, has a little leg up on Mississippi State. And it's kind of just based on what we talked about previously. Yeah, Louisville doesn't have the great wins. Yeah, they haven't really been competitive at the top of the bracket, but they've also had limited opportunities compared to Mississippi State. For as many opportunities as Mississippi State has had, I don't think they've converted enough. And so, I kind of have to make a judgment on what would Louisville maybe have possibly done if they had more opportunities. And I think when you look at the efficiency metrics, I think to me, it seems pretty clear that Louisville is actually the better team. They just haven't had perhaps as many opportunities to convert a big win, and Mississippi State really hasn't.
She agrees. She agrees.
Can I just say it is funny that here we are talking about possible 7 seeds, and Graham, you're like, I know they haven't beaten anyone, but
Yeah, you might want to tweak that speech. You gotta get a script writer.
Well, I mean, this is kind of why
There.
I haven't been big on Louisville or Mississippi State in these conversations.
yeah, I have them both this morning.
you're right, Mississippi State's had more, but Louisville's lost. If you just go down Q1, they've lost 4 of their first 5 too. So it's not like they've converted on a lot.
And not even competitive when they do lose, right? Dave keeps bringing up that they, throughout January, they won every game by like 20 points against the dregs of the ACC. But when they've had their chances, they completely wet the bed. They're kind of like a better version of SMU, which is funny because their whatever it was 30-point road win over SMU is a big part of why they look so good in all of the metrics.
I mean, I will say to Louisville's credit, they tested themselves with that trip. Yeah, they beat West Virginia. Okay, they lost to Oklahoma, but they did beat Indiana. That's 3 tournament caliber teams, maybe not all ultimately going to make the field, but that was an important tournament for them to actually go out and play.
Yeah, and I mean that's something they signed up for 4 years ago. So, sometimes you just get lucky with that. But obviously, that's a great event annually. We'll see if it can survive all the NIL stuff down the road. But with Mississippi State, I guess my other sort of issue is they've had a bunch of like big time chances to hit home runs, and they failed most of them. Besides Egg Bowls, like they swept the Egg Bowl, great. The Georgia win aged well, but they won it by 1 point on the road. That could have gone either way. And the Vandy win's nice too, but in those big time games, Kentucky came in and beat them. Alabama came in and beat them. Florida came in and hammered them. They lost at Auburn handily, lost at Alabama embarrassingly, lost handily at Tennessee. So I think it puts a governor on Mississippi State's ceiling, because it's like Louisville would dream to have those chances. Maybe they might have won 1 or 2 of those. And plus, Mississippi State just took a Texas home loss, and they sprinkled in a Butler loss. So there's a lot to pick apart with them just based on their amount of opportunities. And, they've certainly done enough to be in the field, but the seed's got to take a hit at some point.
Yeah, I think it's not a coincidence that result and predictives both favor Louisville.
Yeah.
I want to jump in right
Oh,
here.
sure.
This is a little bit off base, but Rocco just touched on it. But like these MTs, I mean, it puzzles me sometimes when I see a power school not in some sort of MTE. I mean, and sometimes it's their choosing, and I just don't get it. But I just want
Well,
to
they
put
played
a
in the
plug.
one. They lost to Butler in theirs.
Arizona, yeah.
Arizona tip off, and then they had to play UNLV, and they pounded them in the third.
Oh, I know.
Turned
I'm
out-
just
turned
saying
out not
I've
to be a
seen
great
schools
field.
that don't really do anything, and it's like, okay. I just want to put a plug in. Like, I know people have family stuff during Thanksgiving, but man, you want to go to one. You need to go to the one in Vegas, the NIL one now. I mean, I was there last year and it was only 8 teams. This year, I think it's 18
20.
Yeah.
or 20, and they stay in the
Probably
same
more.
hotel. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, I walked to the arena with Peichel, Dane Altman, Kelvin Sampson, all these coaches. I mean, you just walk into the arena with them, chit chatting with them, and it's awesome. We had Alabama staying on our floor. There's Mark Sears waiting at the elevator all by himself. Him and I chatted, took a picture, and I'm standing there hour after his game, and there's Buzz just standing there in the lobby all by himself. I mean, it's fabulous. So I would highly recommend it. They did for the first year. They did a fabulous job of running the tournament.
Just to
Was that
follow
at
up on
the MGM, Tim?
What's that?
Were you at the MGM when you walked
Yeah.
in with them?
Yes,
Yeah, so
I
that's where the
recommend
Pac-
staying
That's where the
there
Pac-
because all the teams stay there, and
Yep.
it's basketball heaven, really. It's like a a pod in the NCAA tournament. Everybody's in the same hotel. It's fabulous. I mean, nobody really
so
goes
that's how
anywhere.
that's how the Pac-12 tournament was forever.
Yeah.
Before they went to T-Mobile. So we would always walk in with, you'd see everybody just hanging out, all 12 teams. Yeah. I'm
Cool
glad
thing
they-
you can tie in a hockey game or a NFL game with that weekend too. It's
True.
it's just a great deal, So highly
Just to follow
recommend
up
it.
on Mississippi State real quick. You guys really nailed all of what I was going to say, but they are, to me, their resume just looks like a team that's above the bubble and is just a really good above the bubble resume. Right? They won their kind of key games against bubble teams. They won in Athens. They won at Vanderbilt. They have a good kind of higher up win, I guess, at Ole Miss, and they beat Memphis right on the road, which is a tough place to win. I think Memphis has only lost twice at FedEx Forum this year. And then the rest is just kind of meh, right? That Pitt win looked much better a month and a half ago. That's now nothing, not much at all, even though it was a blowout. That SMU win, Utah, right? Like a bunch of just average wins. And I think the big thing is, and Rocco hit on this heavily, they have not looked good at all in the biggest opportunities. The biggest stage they've had, they really haven't. I mean, they got blown out by Missouri at home. That Tennessee game was not really competitive. Most of the games against the teams that they really had, I mean, they got absolutely the doors blown off them in Tuscaloosa. So there's a clear distinction for me between Mississippi State and the teams that kind of on the 9 line. But there's also a clear distinction for me with them and the teams on the 7 line. I think they slot in almost perfectly on the 8 seed as of now, and that could change, obviously. I know they had Arkansas, which is a decent opportunity for them.
Could potentially be a 5th road win versus the field for Mississippi State.
Yeah, and that matters. And I think the other thing with Mississippi State and Louisville, and I'll bring this up again with Memphis too, is you can't ignore 10 wins away from home for Mississippi State and 11 for Louisville. That does jump out at you. But I think Mississippi State's the poster child for the 8 seeds right now. It's to me, they fit in exactly perfectly between the 9 and the 7.
You also wonder, will that road win at Memphis come into play? Could potentially, if they're close to each other.
Yeah.
Mississippi State's a poster child for an 8 seed, but also given the results you just mentioned, an 8 seed that you absolutely do not think is going to beat a 1 seed.
Correct. I would agree with that. They could do what they did last year, and everybody was up in arms about Michigan State getting in or being out of the play-in, I guess. And then Michigan State just manhandled Mississippi State in the first round.
Any other teams that we want to discuss?
I think we can vote, huh?
Yep.
All right, sent you the ballot. Rank those 8.
Dave should be coming any minute, right?
Should be.
And then Michigan State just manhandled Mississippi State.
Everybody out there watching, thanks. Make sure you hit that subscribe and like button. It helps us out a ton. We're going to be voting here right now. We are voting, and we'll be adding 4 teams to the 4 teams that are holding, and then we will get our 7 seeds in order.
Al Peterson in the chat said Gonzaga 2025 possible 8 seed equals Kentucky 2014. Way more talent than seed. I agree. If we would probably get Gonzaga, Florida, right? They would probably send Gonzaga to that one. Who would you even pick in that one? It's a coin flip.
Oh, I'd take Florida.
Gonzaga, Florida. I'm tough. I'm definitely taking Florida. I don't think it's a question in my mind. That's who I'm choosing in that game.
We'll see.
They can rough them up inside for sure.
Yeah, I think that's one of those games where I think Florida can compete at the guard level, but then when we start getting into the interior, I think Florida is going to wear them down.
You realize Gonzaga's 5 split between Graham Ike and Braden Huff averages like 31 points per game.
Yeah, I just don't think that they're going to be able to play with Florida over the course of the game. I mean, I get it from like an efficiency standpoint, and obviously Gonzaga fans are super excited because they feel like they just found a gem here at the end of the year. But I just think that the way Florida plays, and Florida can play different styles too. I think that is something that could really help them against Gonzaga. Just think the stylistic matchup really favors Florida.
Yeah, I think Gonzaga is going to win the WCC tournament, so I don't think they're going to be an 8, but we'll see how that plays out.
I do.
Hey, Rocco, while we're still, a couple guys are still putting in their votes. Just a quick note on something that bugged me, and I'm not asking you to criticize because I know you won't, but I'm criticizing it. I understand there's tradition when you have senior night. I just thought it was pretty bizarre that he left those 2 guys. I mean, he was trying to get him out. There was no timeout. He had bench to take timeout. But when they played St. Mary's at home, I mean, St. Mary's jumped out on I think it was 11-0.
Yeah,
because they just did a couple of screens and got those guys that never play on matchups and scored easily. I mean, they were just drilling them.
Like, you honestly wonder if he just was like, I'm not taking my son out this early on senior night, and it cost him the loss.
They've done it for
I understand it's tradition,
and they usually play like Portland or Pacific or something.
Right.
It doesn't matter. That was the first time I think they had St. Mary's for their last home game. So, yeah, rough one.
Now the question in the chat is, which potential 1 seed does Gonzaga match up well with, if not Florida?
I think they could. Houston could. That's a clash of styles. I think that's one that could potentially favor Gonzaga.
Well, I don't know about favor, but of these 4.
Yeah, I think Houston would be favored in
Yeah.
Vegas, but who do I think Gonzaga could literally potentially just run past? Houston.
Yeah, Houston's definitely the one of the bunch that could just have a 65-point game or something and then be in trouble against Gonzaga's just freight train of an offense. Even though, I mean, we've certainly seen that from Houston, right? When they lost to Miami a couple of years ago, they gave up like 89 points. Like, how's the best defense? That's just what happens. Teams get hot, and you got to keep up with them.
All right, we've got our top 4 here. Fairly close vote at the end, but it was UConn, Gonzaga, Louisville, Mississippi State. So they're going to join those other 4. And I'll give them in alphabetical order here. Then we can have some discussion, and I need to step away just for a minute, and I will let Dave in here in a second. All right.
It's showing up perfect time.
Yes. Good morning, Dave.
Still connecting.
All right. And I need to step away for a few minutes. So have some discussion here while I'm gone.
Yeah,
I've got the other ballot ready to go. So This
We
is
got
for
the-
the 7 seed, by the way, everybody.
Illinois, Memphis, Kansas, and Marquette, they got added. Any of those four that in particular you want me to pull up, gentlemen?
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm a little late. I had a radio thing to do here this morning, so.
Good morning.
Morning,
Just
Dave.
looking at this grouping, I think Illinois deserves to be close to the top of this list. Some interesting head-to-head results amongst the group. Obviously, Memphis beat UConn in Maui, and then Mississippi State won at Memphis. But yeah, I think there's a couple teams that kind of stand out to me as they're probably going to find their way somewhere onto that 7 line, and that's Illinois and Marquette in particular.
And look at the 2 teams I just pulled up. Illinois and Marquette.
It's been a good last 2 weeks of the regular season for Illinois, going from what theoretically could have been trouble had they lost like at home to Iowa and then lost to Michigan and Purdue. You know, they would be in a much different place. So I think, not that the whole season doesn't matter, but for them, the last 2 weeks have now made a big difference from potentially being a bubble team to, potentially getting up and out of that 8-9 type of scenario. And the win last night against Purdue is big because it adds a little more, not that Purdue's resume at this point is like high-end elite, but I think the credibility, even though it was at home, of beating Purdue, which has been consistently a 3-4 seed, to combine with the road win at Michigan adds a little bit of heft that was missing prior to this past week. That's my quick take.
I have a feeling Illinois is going to be at the top of this vote, and then we're going to scrub them up, if not a full seed line, even more than that.
Yeah, I agree. I think, you can see Wisconsin and Purdue, both teams got home wins over them, so those kind of cancel out. And then after that, you've got the road win for Maryland, which is terrific for Marquette. But then you look at what Illinois has done. They've got Missouri neutral, at Michigan, at Oregon, UCLA home. So they keep kind of adding these wins towards the top of the bracket. I think for me, Illinois is probably going to be the top of this vote, and Marquette's going to be right after them.
I would agree with that. I think the other thing with Illinois too is you get kind of down in this range. I know they still have a losing record in Quad 1A, but 5 Quad 1A wins at this part of the bracket is pretty impressive. Graham just listed off a few of them. And I do think that, coupled with the predictive side of things, just separates them enough. I think that it's really, I would agree, it's them and Marquette for that top of the seed line.
One thing I would add about Marquette is, their non-conference obviously was stronger, just like as everybody mentioned. And they've got to win over, what has turned out to be a pretty good Georgia team. Most likely going to make the field, barring something unexpected here today and next week. Within the league, the other knock about, I guess, Marquette, if we're going to dice and slice here, is, I think that road win at Xavier is a little better than it looks, maybe from a 46 standpoint, just because that's a very tough place to go play and win a game. If you've ever been in that arena, it's pretty loud and it's close quarters and that type of stuff. And Xavier. Yeah, obviously that makes a difference. If Xavier ends up making it in, that win looks a little bit better. So that's kind of my take. I think Marquette, I've had them at the low end of my 6 recently. So I think where everybody kind of has them is, they kind of feel like a low end 6, top of 7 type of team right now.
I'm at 24th, Dave. So the last 6 seed, that was before Illinois won last night too. That was pre the Illinois game, so I haven't relooked at it. But I do agree with you. Marquette. I mentioned this quite a bit yesterday. I look at Marquette in the lens of where the committee mentioned them 3.5 weeks ago, and they haven't really done anything to improve their position, but they haven't substantially worsen their position in my mind all that much. I mean, the real knock against them is that loss at Villanova, which wasn't particularly close. A loss at UConn by 6 is probably to be expected. They were not favored in that game. And they're 3-2 since the reveal. They don't have any particularly good wins, but they haven't done anything in my mind to seriously hurt themselves. So it's more about who's moved past them around them. Because it's pretty clear the committee valued what they did at a conference enough to get them close to the top 16 at that point. So I don't know, looking at it now with Illinois, it will be very interesting head to head here to look. I'm just a little leery about moving Marquette too far down at this point based on where they were a couple weeks ago.
I know this will shock you guys being on Twitter as much as you are, but Memphis fans have hijacked the chat and demand that we discuss Memphis. I agree, Memphis should already
Sure.
be in our, but yeah, all those quality wins they have there, 6-1 against Quad 1 is insane. We already kind of talked about it, that I guess that was offline. We were talking about it, but Memphis had those 3 bad losses, but I get where they're coming from because Drake also has 3 bad losses, and we think that they should probably be a single-digit seed. So let's open the floor to Memphis chat. I definitely think they should already be seeded.
Here's my issue with Memphis, and it's not a Memphis thing in particular. I think if it was a different year, they would be easy for me to seed already. But this is an abnormal year where we have teams like Illinois and Marquette that are really good. Like, these are really good teams with good resumes. They're just swimming with sharks this year, and that's not a typical year to be dealing with those sorts of teams down here. So when we get to this point of the bracket, I see excellent stuff at the top. It's not just the 6-1 Quad 1 record, but they beat the Big Ten champion on a neutral court. They won at Clemson, who is potentially a 4 or a 5 seed. Obviously we've talked about Missouri and Ole Miss as 5 and 6 seed caliber teams, and then UConn beating them neutral court in Maui. Like, that is incredibly impressive. The one thing that stands out for me is I look at the top 40 of the net, and no team in the top 40 of the net has 2 losses outside of quads 1 and 2. And obviously Memphis is sitting there at net 48 with 2 losses outsides of quads 1 and 2. So I think when you really start dissecting, I think you look at quad 2, they also have a loss in quad 2B at the very bottom end of that. Wichita State's almost a quad 3 loss there. They are very close to having 3 losses versus quad 3. So I once we get to this really nitty gritty, I think a lot of what happens this weekend is going to affect Memphis's seed. What is Marquette going to do? What is Kansas going to do? What is Louisville going to do? I think all of that really will play into where Memphis ultimately ends up.
The thing of it is, I've kind of had Memphis for a while. They kind of hung in at the lower end of the 5 line for a while, and then got passed by a couple of teams after a loss. Then I've had them consistently right around 23, 24. I can see 23, 24, and this is where it gets interesting because you can be 25, but that's the difference between a 6 and a 7, right? It's 1 mark on the seed list, but it's a differentiation. To me, the question that we have to try to figure out is, how is the net / predictive, how is this year's committee going to handle that when you have a team with such a disparity between the two? Because on the resume side, you're talking about a team that's probably a 5 seed if you average those results metrics. Higher if you, depending on how you factor the wins above bubble. The predictive side is what, 30 points difference or something close to that, 25, 30 points difference average. Their average is probably right around 50 versus, say, right around, just quick math in my head, maybe 18 or 19 on the result side. And then with the net hovering at 48, and then you also add in Memphis has this incredibly non-conference schedule strength, and kudos to them. And they went out and they won the vast majority. So I think the reason we're struggling is, on the one hand, Memphis is a low 5, high 6 seed based on how they performed against good competition, and maybe even a steady 5 to a low end 4. But the metrics are telling us that it's more of a, middle of the pack kind of a seeded team, which is impacted by the fact they've had a lot of close games against teams even when they've won. So Memphis is probably at this point the hardest call for me, just for that reason, because on the one hand, they're a 4 to 5 seed based on who they've beaten. Their metrics tell us that they're closer to a 7 to an 8, maybe. So that's where I'll be curious to get everybody else's thought, but that's for me, it's trying to figure out which way is the committee going to go, or are they just going to split the difference?
And we are making educated guesses, right? Like there's some guesswork here for us too. We have a good idea of where they might be seated. We don't know which way they're going to lean. So it is ultimately going to be a little bit of a guess there.
Memphis is inverse Gonzaga, essentially,
Yep.
at this point. And ironically enough, I have them both right next to each other. On the seed list, I have Memphis a slot ahead of Gonzaga right now. I'm lower on Memphis right now, and I don't enjoy where I have them because I think they deserve much, much better. I have them 30th overall, right ahead of Gonzaga, right behind Louisville. I'll say a couple things about that. I'm really concerned about the predictives. I think the couple of losses Graham mentioned help feed the narrative of the predictives a little bit. And I worry about that. But I will say, I hope, this is kind of just the college basketball fan in me, I hope they're not actually, and they don't end up where I have them. Because I think it sends a really terrible message to Penny, to Memphis, to teams that go out and say, hey, we did what we needed to do to schedule all these teams who don't have the opportunities that the power conference teams have. They did everything that was asked of them. Okay, maybe they could have beat Mississippi State at home, but like, we're splitting hairs here, right? At the end of the day, they beat good teams away from home in the non-conference. They beat most of the teams in conference. I know we had a couple of blemishes there. It would be really hard for me to stomach, but to get them on the 8 line. But to Graham's point, I look at who's ahead of them, and I do head to head, and I'm like, it's hard for me to get ahead of Illinois and Kansas and Marquette and even BYU now, and even Louisville, which I'm not super high on, or as high on as you guys are. I look at them and I'm like, there's a reason to pull Memphis down where there's not as much of a reason to pull other teams down. It's almost, to Graham's point, I think a product of the environment versus a product of their actual resume. But I almost feel like now where I have those two teams at 30 and 31 is a holding spot. It just feels like they're in a holding pattern until some of this other, and Graham mentioned this before, until some of this other stuff shakes out. And I feel like the bracket next weekend, they could be in actually a pretty dissimilar spot. I mean, I could see them being 5 or 6 or 7 spots ahead on the seed line in either, maybe not lower, but higher, just based on some results that come in this week. So
I would just say this is nothing new for Memphis people. I mean, they were totally robbed in 2 years ago, getting an 8 seed. They have these types of profiles a lot playing in the American Conference. The difference this year is it's their first outright title. I think that's going to help them in the committee room. I think Arthur Johnson's going to help them in the committee room. Temple's athletic director. He'll be there representing them. There's been several years in the past where the American did not have a rep in the room. Now Arthur is still relatively new to the committee. He's going to have to find his footing. But there's a lot of great points to be made about Memphis. We've made a lot of them the last couple of days. And, like Graham's been saying, like a lot of you guys have been saying, it's a lot of good options in this area, but there's only going to be a few that actually win championships. And that's where Memphis really, really shines. And they couple that with a good, really strong non-conference.
Well, and to back up Rocco's point here, I think, again, we're trying to take an educated guess on how the committee is going to handle this. But I think there is something to be said for this Memphis team being the target every single night when they go on the road in the American Conference, right? I mean, they are everybody's Super Bowl when they come to town.
Yep.
And the college season is a long basketball season. And, other teams have a night off too. It's just when they have a night off, they lose at Rutgers, right? When they have a night off, They get blown out, or they lose a home
East-
game. They
they've
lose
lost
a
to East
home
Carolina
game to team
before.
number 50, right? And they get beat at home by 10 or 12 by the 50 team, and we go, well, yeah, it's not great. It's a quad 2 loss. We'll move on. Memphis, when they have a little bit of an off night, or some other team just has a great night, they're losing to 110, 115 because that's who they have in their league. So I think Rocco's point's valid there, and I think, that's I can't tell you how the committee's going to do it. But I do think Memphis deserves some credit. To Anthony's point too, it's a horrible message, and I realize some of this was a couple of tournaments they got in, so they didn't all just schedule them individually. But still, you went out and dominated largely your non-conference schedule against teams that we already have in the field. How much do they get dinged for, one or two miscues in a weak conference and the metrics? And I don't have a clear answer to that. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to each committee member's interpretation of how much that should matter for seeding. And, it's a beauty pageant at that point. Which one do you like the best?
Couple of points from the chat. Jimmy Cunningham asks, is it reasonable to give much weight at all to results that occurred before January 1st? Obviously, I know I'm not asking that, but yeah, they all matter. Game on November 4th counts the same as a game on March 8th. I think the only time it comes up, is if a team loses a key guy to injury, and then you have to compare them differently based on what they were before and after, maybe. But Memphis's wins in November are just as good as Kansas's wins in March. And then the other point is we talk so much about non-conference strength of schedule. Isn't Memphis top 5? And I think that's a great point. We always hammer the 330 non-conference schedules. We don't over reward the top 10 teams. We just kind of take it for granted. It's like, yeah, they did what they were supposed to do, but does it give them like bonus credit of any way, the way that it detracts from the other bubble teams if they don't have one?
Yeah.
One other thing I want to add with Memphis real quick. I know people are kind of, I've seen this commented a lot about, and now they have a second quad 3 loss. So 2 versus 1 is a big difference. But before they lost to Temple, and I still think this rings somewhat true, and I'm curious if some of the the committee members who are from the mid-major world will recognize this. But that loss against Arkansas State, yes, it's quad 3. Yes, it was at home. Arkansas State may very well win in the Sun Belt. It's a very good team. Brian Hodgson's a great coach. I know Alabama ended up scheduling them too, because Alabama does this, but I mean, there are very few teams who would go out of their way to schedule Arkansas State at home this year, most likely. That is that is not your traditional bye game by any means. And I think that's an important distinction. Again, whether certain committee members will split hairs on that, who knows? But I just personally, I look at that loss and it doesn't really bother me all that much. And again, I don't know what the committee is going to do, but I think Memphis, that plays into the whole schedule, right? They went out, even their games that they were buying, right? Louisiana Tech, Arkansas State, even Ohio, who's dropped down quite a bit, but was supposed to be better. I mean, they're not playing Mississippi Valley State, Arkansas Pine Bluff, and Long Island. So I don't give them necessarily a pass for losing to Arkansas State, but I think we have to look at that result in a little bit with a little grain of salt too, as part of the overall narrative of look what they did. And to what Dave mentioned before and what I mentioned before, I just think it does, if they end up where I have them, I can see the justification for getting there, but I think it sends an absolutely atrocious message. So I'm very curious.
All I'm saying is that message has already been sent several times.
No, I know. And it's the FAU. It reminds me of when they got paired up with FAU. Yeah.
That ship sailed a long time ago. So I don't think the NCAA cares about that part.
I mean, I guess if we do have a reference point, Memphis had these same wins at the reveal, and they didn't put them in their top 16.
Right.
So
they weren't even the top. They weren't even at the top 18, I guess, technically.
Right. Which tells me, if we're doing the educated guess thing, which is probably why most of us ended up them at the bottom of the 5 or the 6 line. What that's telling us is the committee is weighting more heavily the fact that they're 48th. The NCAA has its own metric. Whether we think it's the best metric or not, it's their metric. They call it an organizational tool, but it's still at the end of the day, it's what they designed. And their own tools telling them Memphis is number 48. So I know it's not the end all be all, but I think Memphis could be a team that's underseeded based on how well they can play and who they've beaten. It's just a very tough call because the committee obviously 3 weeks ago didn't think that they deserved to be a top 16 seed at that point.
I'd just like to piggyback on something that Dave and Rocco were talking about with Memphis, going on the road to these places. It's their big game. They're the top dog. I totally get it for a guy who covered a mid-major that was a top dog in the conference. I totally get that. But I think we have to be careful too, and this is more globally. There might be a middle of the road power matchup between two teams. Are like, well, God, how'd they lose that game? Well, maybe there's a similar type of, that team or that fan base is fired up to play that team and that. I mean, I'm just saying, once you go down that road, there's a lot of those. I don't know. It's certainly something to consider, but it's not. I wouldn't put a ton of weight on it.
Yeah, I agree with you. And let's think about the teams we're talking about here. You see Kansas is pulled up there. It's big deal when Kansas comes to town. Big deal when Illinois comes to town. Big deal when Marquette comes to town. Big deal when Louisville comes to town. All of these teams are dealing with this.
Yeah. And now that maybe people that are stuck on Tobacco Road and think that that's the only rivalry in college basketball, they looked at Purdue losing to Indiana. Well, that's a big deal, man. That's a big game. And, I don't think people realize like the distance the further you get east, like between these schools is not very much, and how big a game they are. But that's neither here nor there. I think this is a perfect spot for Memphis personally, but
it's a big deal when Kansas comes to town, but Kansas didn't play a single game away from home against a team outside the top 100. Like, that's the big thing that Memphis fans are like, what do you want us to go freaking perfect? But kind of, yeah, that's what they're almost forced to do. It's not fair, but and just to quickly buttress Dave's point, not only did they already have all their good wins at the reveal, they've also added that Wichita State lost since the reveal. So they weren't top 18 4 weeks ago, and now they've even gotten a little bit uglier. And I say that as somebody who would still have Memphis right at that 5-6 cut line right now.
Harry, how many times a day are you now going forward going to use buttress?
I'm going to buttress my life with it.
Touche, nice word. All right, any more discussion?
I'll just say this before we vote. I do think UConn losing to Memphis on a neutral court and UConn beating Gonzaga on a neutral court could come into play in our voting.
Okay. We've got everybody here now, so I don't have to vote. All right. Ballot has been sent.
Should have forced the Memphis fans to stick around and wait more. Now who's going to chat at us?
Thanks so much for watching. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Tell all your friends about this. We've got all these teams, and we've got tons more coming up. If you're interested in Creighton, Mississippi State's out now, but we got Creighton. We've got the New Mexicos and San Diego States of the world coming out here shortly. So, Mountain West fans,
Yes,
who are just
go
waking
Mountain
up.
West.
I think this is the most interesting vote of our entire exercise so far. Really not sure how it's going to come out, other than I'm pretty sure Illinois and Marquette are going to be the top two.
Yeah, after that will be pretty fascinating. The bottom two.
One of the questions in the chat is, what's one matchup you all want to see in March Madness?
Drake against a 1 seed in the Elite Eight. Seriously,
I'm waiting for that UC Irvine Drake final, personally.
they're both going to be. Well, I guess they could 12 versus 11, right?
I
mean-
think the area of the bracket that really interests me this year is the potential 1-8 seeds. We could maybe see some 1 seeds that are staring down 8 seeds that they're just like, how on earth did the committee give us this draw? We have been way too good to play a team like this in game 2.
I don't know about you guys. I almost feel like that was what I thought it was going to be a couple weeks ago, but now I'm almost feeling like that's going to end up at the 2-7 line where those matchups are going to be the juiciest. I feel like a couple of those teams may end up sliding up, and it's actually going to be the 2-7s that are going to be the crazier matchups, maybe more so than the 1-8s. I don't know. It'll
Agree with
depend
you.
on how it shakes out.
I agree with you. I think right now with the 4-1s we have, it's hard for me to believe that, I mean, they just seem so much better than the 8-9s.
I definitely think we had
Not that they
stronger-
can't lose, but
We've had stronger, 20 through 32 seed teams this year, but it does always end up being the 8s and the 9s are teams who are limping to the finish line, and then usually a couple of mid majors who won their your Drakes, your UC San Diego's this year. I feel like 8-9 is always a coin flip call in the first round, and it usually feels like that team's going to have a shot at the 1 seed in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if somebody were going to ask, I think a really cool matchup, I just based on the way the numbers and our voting's going and how it end up, it's probably unlikely to happen. But if you could get Louisville and St. John's in a second round game, that would be really cool.
Keep ending up with Texas Tech and Ole Miss playing in the second round. That just keeps coming up in my bracket a lot.
I know. I don't know if it was discussed before I was able to get on this morning. I know everybody here feels different, which is great. The part about being a committee, I just think Louisville's being undervalued for how dominant they have been since the middle of December, even against a less than strong schedule.
Yeah, they're playing well.
I just say they don't have the same high end wins for sure.
I mean, the inverse of that is
we did talk about that, Dave. We did talk about that. We actually said, here's why Dave's wrong. That's how it kind of started.
Well, that's all right. I've been wrong many times in my life, and it won't be the last.
I mean, I thought Louisville, out of that last vote we did, I thought Louisville was the third best choice. So that's not bad, right?
No.
All right.
Looks
So
like
we got
Louisville
them.
can make it.
And frankly, it wasn't terribly close. But it was pretty much the 4 that were held over: Marquette, Illinois, Memphis, Kansas.
I'm a little surprised we put Marquette over Illinois, personally.
Oh my, I don't have them close.
Dave, why do you
So it went Marquette, Illinois, and then
Marquette,
Memphis.
Illinois, Memphis, Kansas.
Memphis, Kansas. Okay.
I'll pump that on social.
There you go, Memphis fans. All right, Gonzaga, Louisville, Mississippi State, and UConn get held over.
Kansas sneaking in there, Graham.
Someone
So I
butthurt.
see that Landon asked in the chat, have we pulled up Mississippi State's resume? We did talk about Mississippi State earlier, but they're going to come back up when
Shortly.
we talk about potential 8 seeds again.
I feel sorry for you, Dave. These guys are giving my Blue Jays a lot of bulletin board material today when they play Butler.
It's all right.
All right.
Tim, I would expect your Blue Jays to win that game by double digits.
Is it at Hinkle or are they playing in Omaha?
Oh no, it's Ryan Kalkbrenner's last game.
Yeah, if it's less than a 15-point game, I'll be surprised.
I'd be shocked. Although you never know about Ryan, you don't know if he knows there's a game today or okay.
Is he even sure that he's a senior? He might just show up at the first day of practice next year.
Here's the honest to God truth. If you told him, hey, you can either go to the NBA or stay in college for another 4 years, he'd take the college in a heartbeat. He wouldn't even bat an eye. He has no, like, I don't think he has a huge, I mean, he wants to play pro and wants to play the NBA, but he just likes being a part of what they have there.
Much more of a debate now too, obviously with.
Oh, it's always been a
NIL.
debate. Like Sean Miller saying, oh, he's going to be, he could maybe be a lottery. Like, he's not even on anybody's draft board. Like, yeah.
Sean knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I know, but yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he grabbed him in the line and goes, I hope I never see you again on a court.
It's funny.
In the nicest way possible.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm telling you this as a great compliment, but I hope I never have to play against you or see you again on the court.
Yeah. And he goes, he's been here longer than Fremantle, and that's saying a lot.
In the chat,
All right.
Jonathan
We got
McCullough and no other top 40 teams have to play every conference game outside of Q2, like Memphis. You expect perfection. I think that's a good point. I do judge teams that play more of those games differently than teams that play less of those games, and ultimately it's a value call on what's the acceptable level of performance against that sort of schedule compared to somebody else. And it is a tough call, and nobody expects perfection. But then there's also kind of the point where you get to like how many losses is too many losses.
always the yin and the yang, isn't it?
Well, and I think the point to remember in all this is, we have these debates and we can get a little spirited and have our feelings, but that's same thing in a committee room. It's not personal, but people can have
Sure.
like conversations, right? And
That's the
on
purpose,
certain
yeah.
teams, between 12 committee members, there could be a wide swing of exactly how they feel about that team. So then after all the layers get peeled back in discussion, it comes down to a vote. And, the committee is going to vote, and that's the way it's going to go. And there's always going to be lines of demarcation where somebody's going to be at a line break. Is there really a huge difference between 28 and 29? Probably not. But one fan base is going to think there's a big difference because one's a 7 seed and one's an 8 seed. Same way with a 6 and a 7 is really 24 and 25. There might be a eyelash difference,
Right.
if any difference, really. But you got to put somebody everywhere, and somebody's going to be a 6 and somebody's going to be a 7.
All right, hold on one second here. Just getting this ballot ready.
Now, I will say this: there's also the possibility that depending on where the games would go, Louisville getting sent to the Lexington will be Louisville slightly east. If Louisville ends up getting sent there as an 8 seed, that would not be an ideal situation. I mean, the 1 seeds that are going to be there are probably going to be too strong to matter, but that would be an
Kentucky
interesting
fans.
dynamic.
And Kentucky fans will root against Louisville.
Yeah.
So you might
Maybe.
get half and half.
Maybe.
I mean, I know like in Seattle, if Oregon goes to Seattle, I have a bunch of Washington friends that are getting tickets. They'll root for whoever plays Oregon. They'll be going wild.
Bram Janvrin asks, who's going to win, Mississippi State or Arkansas?
I don't know. Arkansas is playing some good ball right now.
Minus South Carolina.
Yeah, I guess that's true. That one game, but I mean, in
Yeah.
general, around that game, they're playing their best. That was such an odd result too, because they've been
Yep.
playing the best basketball all year. That's
They
in
couldn't throw
Fayetteville
it
too.
they couldn't throw it in the ocean from the beach that first half.
Yeah, I'm taking the Hogs in Fayetteville today.
Yeah, from an
Are you
official
still with us?
standpoint, 5 of their top 6 games have been since February. Arkansas is like, it's not even a question of looking at them. They are literally playing their best basketball.
Well, it's no coincidence too. I mean, John L. Davis has looked a lot more like John L. Davis lately, and in the beginning of the year, he looked completely lost on the court. I think that's a that's a big reason why.
You just ask if I'm
All
still
right.
here. To,
Carrie, you still there? Yeah, okay. I just sent the ballot. So if you want to vote on this tranche
Yeah.
here, Chicken 8, that'd be
I'll
great.
vote and then I'll take my call.
Beautiful.
Hang on here a second. I'll be right back.
Oh boy, Xavier Worthy arrested for alleged domestic violence.
Kansas City Chiefs continue to have off-season incidents.
Yeah.
At least we don't have Tyreek Hill anymore.
I do think it's funny. Like Pete Carroll's like, hey, look, I'm 90 years old. I got to win right now. So I need a quarterback.
Yeah. Pete's an animal.
Kind of a funny comment in the chat from David Nagel says, it would be a certified John Calipari moment to lose at home to Mississippi State in a must-win game.
It would be. That's actually very funny.
Seems like every time they play, it's a must-win game, and then they keep getting more chances to play.
Well, you got some interesting matchups today in the SEC. You got Georgia and Vandy, which, I think both have some breathing room from the cut line now, but are probably I would imagine, are pretty close to each other on people's seed lists, which, could be a more of a seeding conversation than an actual bumping them too far back conversation. Obviously, the play in or play out game potentially with Texas and Oklahoma. Then you got Arkansas kind of in I would say a must-win spot at home.
Rocco, to your every game's a must-win game. I was thinking that the other day about, what was it, like mid-January for Pitt UNC? We were like, oh, Pitt's in now. And then they played again 2 weeks later. It's like, oh, well, maybe now North Carolina's in.
Right. That's our old favorite saying. Most teams on the bubble will play themselves off the bubble. So nice job by Boise State and VCU last night to kick off the party. And we're going to see some more teams play themselves off today. No matter who loses those Oklahoma, Texas, and Ohio State, Indiana games, I think they'll be in a lot of trouble. And you still have the chance that Georgia could play themselves off the bubble, and possibly Baylor, others. So it clears things up for us. Doesn't make me lose sleep at night anymore after doing this for enough years.
Rocco, what's your take on one of those teams from last night winning the Mountain West tournament?
Colorado State's obviously in the best position as the 2 seed. They'll probably play Nevada in their quarterfinal, and then Utah State, who they just pounded like a week ago, would potentially be they could play UNLV. Utah State's playing UNLV in the 3-6 game. That should actually be a really good game. But the Colorado State's got the best draw for any of the bid steals. And then theoretically UNLV, but UNLV, that's a tough path because if they get by Utah State, then they got to beat red hot Colorado State. So probably Rams or nothing. Boise's so if Boise's draw, they're going to have to play San Diego State first. Then they would have to go to New Mexico.
It's a tough draw, yeah.
Tough draw for the Broncos.
Potentially, I will say this. I would rather be, if I am trying to get in at large, I'd rather be Boise than Colorado State in that scenario.
I agree.
They could get a couple
two chances in a row if they win the first one. Yeah.
All right, we got Dave and Rocco. Still don't have the ballots.
I was distracted by all these UC schools on my sheet. There's a lot.
There was a good comment in the chat earlier about Mississippi State and how much does it factor in that when they played Utah and McNeese, those games were actually in Mississippi, even though they're listed as neutral court games.
Depends how close to the bubble they are. I think the more closer to the bubble you are, the more under the hood you go. If you're in like this stuff we've been talking about, 7 through 9, I think it's just part of your package.
I would agree with
It
that. I
would-
think
it would still be-
we mentioned
It
with
would still
Boise, right?
be presented in the beginning. Like your job as the representative of whatever conference you are is to present the story of the team, and then you kind of dive in from there. So it should be said in the beginning. But if they're not on the bubble, it's not going to get scrutinized too hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an interesting thought, Rocco. In future years, maybe we do a bubble subcommittee, like the committee.
I'm a living, breathing bubble subcommittee myself. That's all I care about. But I want to. Yeah, let's form one. I'm in.
I mean, this time and I mean this genuinely. Like this time of year, people don't even really pay attention to like the Auburn Alabama games very much. It's all about what's going on at the bubble. That's like what everybody cares about. So it's an interesting time to be in college basketball because people care more about that Boise State game versus Colorado State on a Friday night than they do about the top of the bracket teams.
Well, I think the interesting thing about the SEC is, as a basketball league, they've really had to work hard the last decade to build this up. Obviously, the resources are through the roof, so that helped made it possible. But I think the common person in the Southeast region that is your classic SEC football person, and they're just getting used to these basketball teams being amazing. I think there's a lot of interest locally, but nationally, you're right.
All right, I'll vote for Dave because I think he's gone right now, right?
I'm still
Yes.
voting. Sorry about that.
Dave's
All right.
here.
Okay,
I
the
just
first
sent it to you.
team.
Did you get it?
Dave's here. Carrie's not.
Did you send it, Dave?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, let me refresh again.
Carrie's the one that was out. So you
Hang
might
on. No, it's me. It's me. I just have to choose one more team. Sorry.
UC Irvine, Rocco. Now's your chance.
I will bite my tongue until the final votes are in. And I will unleash on someone on the committee.
we already kind of talked about Drake and UC San Diego a little bit earlier. What double-digit seed do you think could get to the Sweet 16?
Oh, what about the Final Four? Why are we stopping at the Sweet 16?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It is a good question. If
I think
Xavier
VCU,
gets in,
if VCU can get
Xavier.
in, they're still pretty dangerous. I think.
All right. We do have a tie at the very end, the last team, between Georgia and San Diego State. Who wants to convince me to go one way or the other here?
I can do it. I think.
All
I
right,
hope.
go.
Well,
Convince me.
if Georgia loses two straight, there's a very good chance they're out. I guess that's true with San Diego State, but I do think with the the Houston card that Dave loves to talk about, plus 6 wins against the field. So here's the deal: if Georgia loses to Vandy today, and then they lose to whoever in Nashville, assuming that's a tournament level team, they'll be 3-13 against the NCAA tournament level, with no road wins against the field. Their best road win is Texas, who I don't think is going to get in. And then they back that up with South Carolina and Georgia Tech. It's pretty easy to kick Georgia out once they take a couple more losses, in my opinion. San Diego State's got the 6 wins. They're 6-5 in that same category. 11 chances against the field, 6-5. So for selection, I think it's Aztecs.
All right. Anybody else?
I'll make a counter argument there. Georgia has a clear advantage in every resume metric, every predictive metric. I think if you're just looking purely at the metrics, Georgia has a significant advantage. So, yeah, do I think San Diego State and Georgia are both going to make the field? Yes, I do. I think it's going to be really hard for San Diego State to fall out. But at the same time, if both teams lose 2 games, I think it's more likely that Georgia would stay in the field than San Diego State. I don't think either of them is likely to stay in the field if they lose 2 straight. It'll be close. But I think if you're looking at who is in better position currently, I think Georgia's in better position currently. Whether they ultimately stay there is the question.
Both
Okay, so
excellent
yeah.
arguments, but I'm not going to look into the future. I'm just right today.
Yeah, in today's world, you have in the top 2 quadrants, they both have 8 wins. San Diego State did it in 15 tries. Georgia did it in 19 tries. Okay? And then you go to all three quadrants. They both have 11 wins. San Diego State did it in 19 tries. Georgia had 22 tries. I mean, San Diego State's a better win percentage team in their chances, and they have way more wins against the field.
I take your comments very seriously. I have these two. It's tough for me because I have these two right together. Okay.
And I understand that, and I know the Florida win is sexy, and so is Kentucky.
Yeah.
But it happened at Stegman Coliseum. They had the win over St. John's, which was aged extremely well down in the islands, but true road win. The best one was last weekend in Austin, and that might be a NIT level win.
Yeah. My biggest concern with Georgia all along, because I think, Graham hit on a good point. Metrically, from the net to others, it looks like Georgia's very well positioned, right?
Yep.
My only concern, again, if we're talking about if they lose a couple, is that, it's not that it's like red flag horrible, but Georgia's non-conference schedule outside of St. John's and Marquette was not overly strong, and they have 8 wins against quad 4.
Yeah, throw them away.
6 of them 250 or plus. So if, depending on how you want to define it, they're either a couple of games over 500 or they're basically an even, an 11-11 with, they're
all 11 losses.
With basically the win at Texas as their best road win. So I think that it's Georgia's metrics, I think, skew your eyeballs. If Georgia if they were ranked 50th in the net right now, I think they would be on everybody's last few teams in.
This is why Dave and I make great partners, because we disagree. And I'm going to go with Georgia because they aren't ranked 50th in the net.
100%.
Well, I think, one other thing I wanted to say, just as a supporting point for Georgia, all 11 losses are against the field. They have 0 losses outside the field. But at the same time, you don't reward teams for losing. So I think that's important as well.
It's razor thin for me. Really, I got to go one way or the other.
I think we hit the nail on the head over the last 2 days, though, because I think Georgia has a sliver of an advantage now based on the metric profile, which Graham mentioned. But I also think if they both lose out, we talked about it yesterday, I would be much more inclined to drop Georgia from the field than I would San Diego State.
No doubt. 100% agree. I also think, Georgia would easily win a seeding discussion. So I just want to be clear that this is not a seeding discussion from the points I'm making.
Yes.
Yep. Totally correct. Totally correct. I have one more comment about that vote. My last final plea. 2 people, or no, I shouldn't say 2 people. Utah State and West Virginia got 1 more vote than Creighton. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, that's surprising.
You're way undervaluing Creighton. That's all I'll say. I'm done.
Who's the Blue Jay hater amongst us?
Come on, you gotta do a little bit.
I had them 1 seed.
I picked all 3 of them, so I have no idea. It's not me.
A lot of crickets out there.
No, I would have Creighton in this group.
I think Creighton and New Mexico are my top 2.
Creighton would be easily the top of that list.
Yeah, all right.
I have
some discussion. Maybe we want to talk some of these lower tier, like Utah State. I don't think we talked a lot about them. If we have, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, let's talk about Utah. Well, Kerry's not here to pull up the stuff, is he?
No, but you can still talk about it.
Yeah. I think the 2 that I'd probably like to focus the most on would be Utah State and Baylor, just because I do feel like we need to get into Baylor a little bit.
Sure. So with Utah State, carrying the day is the road win at St. Mary's and backed up with the road win at San Diego State, 2 road wins over the field. They have 4 overall field wins that might be edited soon. If I think Boise's one of those. So if they're out, we'll see. But you get what I'm saying. It's all about those 2 big road wins that they got. They've also performed well as a win percentage, of course, only losing 6 times all year, 10-4 away from Logan overall, but just 3 of those 10 were in the top 2 quads. So a lot of punching on the quad 3s and below. They lost at UNLV, maybe their only loss that you could consider maybe a quote unquote bad loss. It was in Quad 2B for at the start of this week, but 14-6 when you take away Quad 4, very, very strong. And they finished third place in the league. And yeah, I mean, I think they've certainly done enough. And obviously you could pick apart their seed. They got blown out by Colorado State last week on the road. They've taken a couple other thumps down the stretch, but besides that, I think it's a pretty clean resume given the fact they only took 6 losses.
Yeah, I
2
think
and 3.
I don't know
2
about
and 3 in Quad 1, by the way.
it is interesting with Utah State because they keep sliding down little by little on my seed list. And when you look at what they've done against the top of the Mountain West, it really kind of does make you wonder how they compare to some of those teams. I think if you look at their resume metrics, of course, they look like they should be in, but they also lost at home to UC San Diego. So I've had Utah State as a near lock for the tournament basically the entire year, but I wouldn't say that they're a slam dunk quite yet. Because I do think that their performance against the top of the Mountain West hasn't been as good as I would have expected it to be.
I have to say, I don't think I moved Utah State more than 2 or 3 spots in the seed line all year. Like,
Well,
they're
they're
4
not
and
a slam
4,
dunk
Graham,
because
right?
they're
Against
not
the
a
top of the
slam dunk
league.
because they host Air Force today, so you
Yeah.
can't lose to Air Force.
Graham, aren't they 4 and 4 against the top of the league? I mean, not terrible, but not great either.
4 and 4, which I mean, again, we're talking about Boise State and Colorado State being out of the field.
Right.
So,
the only thing I would add with this group, just on the surface, because I know we're probably going to get into, hopefully for Drake's case, they just go ahead and win the Missouri Valley, and then, it all comes down to seeding for them. Not because I don't think they have a good chance to get in, but I lived that too many times. But I think from a seeding standpoint, the question we have to ask about Drake is a little bit goes back to the Memphis thing and the conversation we just had about Georgia, to where San Diego State, to Rocco's point, 100% right, I think has the better profile over the course of the season based on the chances they had and everything else. If it came down to a seeding argument, Georgia would probably definitely be seeded higher.
Right.
So when we look at Drake with their predictive metrics and their net being where they are, I'm not sure that the committee would, I think even if Drake loses in tomorrow afternoon to Bradley and they deservedly get an invite in the at-large, I think they're much more likely to end up being an 11 or either in Dayton or just above Dayton than they are to be into an 8-9 type of a situation. In my experience, that's where and even if they win, I think maybe the 10 line's the top of where they're going to get based on their predictive metrics in their net. Now, whether that's fair or not, that's a whole other debate for another day, but I think realistically, that's probably where they're at.
If I was on Drake's staff, I'd want the 11 seed. Screw the 10 or the 9. You don't want that.
Yeah.
11 seeds make the Sweet 16 far more often than 10 and 9.
No.
So give me that 11 all day.
Looking at this list, Creighton and New Mexico to me just seem a cut above the rest of the list. I think, for me personally, I think there's a big gap between those two and everybody else.
I think we should maybe talk about West Virginia potentially in that group too, just based on their wins. I know they have a lot of losses, but I think the wins for West Virginia really help them stand out. I'm curious, does the committee look at them prior to Tucker DeVries' injury and wait some of that out? Because they did pick up I think they picked up Gonzaga and Arizona. I think he was there in Atlantis. And I think since then, I'd have to add it up again, but they're maybe only a couple games above 500 since that point, since he exited. I don't know whether that really matters. It's just an interesting dichotomy for them. They did pick up the win in Lawrence without him. beat Iowa State at home, but a lot of the rest of the stuff beyond that has been pretty middling for West Virginia since then. So I'm curious how you guys feel about that. I just think the wins for West Virginia do get them a little bit above the rest of that group. If you're not gonna toss them out the first couple out because of the injury.
Yeah, I think you could also we talked earlier about teams that aren't going to be in the field and how do you judge those. They also won at Cincinnati, so it's not just the big wins over the field. I think that's close to a quad 1A win. So that's for a quad 1 win, that's actually a pretty good one, even if Cincinnati is not looking like a tournament team. So I think when you compare what they've done against the top 50 away from home, really impressive.
Do you give any credence, Graham, to the team that was in Atlantis in the first part of the year being a little bit different than the team the rest of the year? Does winning at Kansas and beating Iowa State at home enough to say, well, they still, they're losing a lot, but they still have enough. They've done enough
I don't
without
see
him.
them as significantly different in my head,
Okay.
but that's just my personal judgment because, they have performed even when they lost at Baylor. They showed up for that game. So that was a tough game that if they had won that and it could have gone their way, it went to overtime, I think we're having a completely different conversation about West Virginia at this point. So I don't want to say in my mind that they've had a significant drop off because I don't know that they have. I just think they've played well at times throughout the course of the year, and other times they just don't show up at all.
I just say that, I know Tucker, great young man. I don't think he's a great player. I don't think he's significantly a piece that just, it's not like
You could change their
Mark
fortune.
Sears going down, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, he's their second leading scorer, though.
I understand, but I just
They've
my opinion.
Some of their best games when he's not on the floor. So I just think that they are more of an up and down team than anything.
Okay. I think that's fair. I think the Kansas win helps kind of alleviate that a little bit. I think if that wasn't there, I would have a little bit more concern. Picking up a big road win like that without him, I think is helpful.
And I do think, like this last weekend, avoiding going 0-2 on that trip through Utah is potentially big. I mean, obviously the way BYU's playing last night, that was going to be a tough place for anybody to go win right now. But then to come off of that and win at Utah. Now I realize Utah's not a tournament team, but they've been pretty good at home. And that's a tough swing for a cross country to go to Utah and play 2 games. So the fact that they got that Utah win now, I think, from a selection standpoint, unless West Virginia loses at home today to UCF and then bows out in ugly fashion in the Big 12 tournament, I think they're in. That Utah win ended up being really big for them because it just sort of backed up that they're not going to fall to a point where that they get their win-loss gets too close together, given their good wins.
I think they are far enough above 500 with the quality of their wins. I think they can take 2 losses and still very likely be in the tournament.
I don't know. I would get a lot more nervous if they end up 18-14.
I agree.
I just think even if they're 18-14, let's talk about this bubble. This is a bad bubble, and West Virginia has excellent wins. Not good, excellent. I just like San Diego State. If they're on that final cut line, how do you say no to a team that has performed excellently in their opportunities?
No, I think the odds are.
It's a lot of losses though, because they had 5 in quad 4, so they're 12-12 going into these last couple. So I think they need at least one more.
And I think, Graham, too, to your point, I almost, the up and down nature of it concerns me a little bit too. I think you're right. At the end of the day, they probably would get in just based on the strength of wins, but I think it would be closer than we think. I would have a lot of reservations with them at 18-14, even with the wins. I mean, they've looked relatively non-competitive in a lot of games against the upper echelon teams in the Big 12. I know they did win at Kansas. They beat Iowa State. They got blown out by Arizona. They got blown out at BYU. The Texas Tech, the game in Lubbock was not great for them too. I just think there's too much of there's too much bad there too, that when you start squeezing that winning margin, it's going to be tight for them if they lose 2.
Well, like not projecting forward, looking at who we have in front of us right now.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, they're in
Creighton
right
and New
now.
Mexico are the top two. But if you were to say who do I feel the most confident in for a bid right now behind those two, it's West Virginia. Not
Right
projecting,
now, yeah. Yep.
but today, if we were saying, okay, we can only take this many teams, I would have West Virginia right behind Creighton and New Mexico.
I would, and that's why I mentioned them initially to bring up with that group. I do feel those three
Yeah,
are probably the most.
I would disagree. I feel better about San Diego State than West Virginia.
Well, San Diego State's not even in this group of teams to vote on, though.
Oh, sure, but you were saying they were in the first group we voted on. I thought, but maybe not.
They were. They didn't make. I voted Georgia 8.
Tim put the kibosh on the Aztecs.
Oh, okay. I'm just
Sorry.
saying if we were stack ranking from New Mexico down, I would have San Diego State above them. But anyway, never mind.
I don't know if you guys are waiting on me for anything, but I'm back.
Could you pull
We're
up
not.
Baylor real quick and Drake? Because I don't think we've talked enough about those two.
Pull them up.
I'll say for me, the team that stands out from the non-power leagues as the team that's in really good shape when we're talking about the bubble, I think Drake can lose today, and they'll likely make the field. I know, like, it actually kind of bothers me sometimes. People kind of seem to gloss over the fact that they're 5-0. They're like, well, they are 5-0 against quad 1 and 2. I'm like, that's not a small thing. That is an absolutely gigantic. How do you pass up this team for the tournament thing for me? Like, I almost feel like the conversation should start and end on they are 5-0 against quads 1 and 2. You cannot gloss over that fact.
Yeah, well, the whole body of work always matters. It also is, if you love that so much, then you have to love the Missouri Valley Conference because all three of their losses were in conference. And yeah, like they step it up. They've won 5 games in overtime. This is a team that's never going to wow anybody with any kind of metric because of the way they play. Slowest paced team in the country. They harp on playing fundamentally sound basketball. They're in control of every game. Whether you like it or not. And that's why they do have a chance to get through a bunch of rounds in the NCAA tournament. So, they're not built for wowing you on KenPom or anything like that. They never will be. And they're also susceptible to losing to the worst team in their league, which they almost did twice. But it's just the way they play. It's just who they are. Obviously, you know the story. 4 guys up from Northwest Missouri State, Cam Manuawa over from Wyoming. But they're extremely well coached, and they care about the thing I care about: winning basketball games. Yep. What a concept! What a concept! Get rid of all these numbers. Let's just see who wins games. Drake's really good. Drake's really good at that.
Drake is 2017 Loyola Chicago.
Without the metrics, though, because that team was top 10 defense in the country.
Like earlier, we were talking about Louisville and how much respect they should get for winning basketball games. If worst case scenario, Drake is looking at 26-4 and a 5-0 record against quads 1 and 2, like that's the worst case they can present to the committee. Like, how do you leave that team out? I just feel very strongly about Drake getting in.
Do you guys feel like there's any issue if both of those Q1s slide back to Q2? Because they're both. That's a very realistic possibility. Vanderbilt maybe less so.
I could care less. I think the story is you played an SEC level tournament team for a championship game with high stakes on national television. Not only did you beat that team, you beat them by 11, and then you went out and you beat a bunch of other teams. They went to Kansas City after that. I was at that game, and they beat Kansas State in overtime, and they won at Northern Iowa. They won at Illinois State. They picked up several. They handled Bradley once. Like, come on. What else do you want a team at this level to prove? The fact that they even got those chances and they won them. By the way, they beat Miami before Miami fell apart, but nobody cares anymore. So this team's amazing.
Yeah, I think.
No, I agree. I just was curious your thoughts.
It starts with the Vanderbilt win, and that's what the committee always kind of harps on that. So that the fact that they have that, there's no reason to leave them out.
I know Dave's talked about, like, how do you view a team? Do you view them by their net number? Do you view them by where they stand in the tournament selection process? I feel very strongly that if Drake had beaten Texas instead of Vanderbilt, there's more question to their resume. But they didn't beat Texas. They beat Vanderbilt. And we feel very good about Vanderbilt being in the tournament. If you think Vanderbilt is securely in the tournament, how is Drake not securely in the tournament?
Exactly. That was my point like a number of weeks ago, when Vanderbilt was bubbling around. If it came down to Drake or Vanderbilt for the last spot, you have to take Drake, right? So fortunately, we're not in that spot. I think both are going to get there. But yeah, great points, Graham. I'm glad to hear it from another person.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo it. I strongly feel that way. The only reservation I have at all beyond the net number is just I've been there, done that, and seen that too many times. Where they could come up with some reason, but I think it's much harder to come up.
It's harder when you have a win against the field, though. Yeah,
yes, you're 100% right.
Indiana State, you kind of knew they were in deep trouble. They didn't have it.
Yep. Yeah. No, I mean the fact that they won 2 power conference games away from
3.
home.
3.
Yeah, I mean is noteworthy. Yeah, I mean I think that's a lot of things that they have. So I'm 100% on board. I think over the top, they 100% deserve to be in, regardless whether they lose today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
I've just learned too many times when you have, I realize it's not all their thing, but their non-conference SOS, hanging out up there, in the mid 240s.
Should be okay.
Yeah, I think they're fine.
They got in 2021. They were the last team in the field. They were the first team that I've ever seen get in with an over 300. They were 306, and they got the last spot in the field.
Yeah,
and they had a way worse resume than this.
Yeah, no, like I said, I'm 100% on board.
But yeah,
I just
I'm gonna tangentially devil's advocate here that if we're like, man, even if they lose today, they'd have 4 quad 3 losses and they're still fine. This is why Memphis fans hate us. If we're hating on Memphis, and
we're not putting them above Memphis.
I know they're above, but like they should be like 6 seed lines above Drake.
Yeah,
they'd be the third team, only the third team ever to do that, to have 4 quad 3, quad 4 losses and get in the field.
Yeah, I mean, I do think in some ways,
balance it out though.
In some ways, today is big for Drake. I mean, it's one thing to lose to Bradley in a close game on Sunday. As much as I'd like to think they're still fine, it does change the narrative a little bit if they lose today. Potentially.
It'd be bad if they lost to Valparaiso though tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
they're number 217 or something.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like this is one of those, it's yeah.
And again, Drake's style like opens the door for, lower teams to beat him. But I think today's matchup, I've watched a lot of Belmont, and today's matchup, they should be in good shape. If weird things can happen, foul trouble, whatever, but I like this matchup today. Hopefully they're
all right. We ready to vote?
Yep. Let's vote.
All right.
Vote, and then
coming
let's
your
tweet.
way.
I don't think we've pushed anything on social in like an hour.
So we're voting on these 8. We're going to rank these 8, 1 through 8, 1 being the best, 8 the worst, and the top 4 will join Gonzaga, Louisville, Mississippi State, and UConn in a discussion for an 8 seed.
So see, the real question of the real question for the group, the poll question, is games tipping at noon. More interested in watching St. John's Marquette, Kentucky, Missouri, or Mississippi State, Arkansas?
Can I take High Point?
Yeah, take High Point. St. John's Marquette for me.
Maybe I'm with you, Rocco. I'm with you.
Yeah, I don't care about these power conference games. I got you had way bigger stakes in the conference tournaments.
Isn't St. John's Marquette early too?
Yeah, that was one of the choices actually.
Was it? I missed. Sorry.
Well, I was just saying in general. I mean, yeah, the smaller conference stuff have more drama. Although a couple of these are, the Arkansas is potentially has some bubble impacts. So
Yeah,
that one
no
might be
doubt.
more interesting. The one that I would probably.
I know Al Huss is still frosty from losing last year in the conference tournament. So interesting to see what he gets done here.
Never want to be frosty.
Yeah.
Rocco, who's getting the Indiana job?
I don't know. Who do you think?
I have no clue.
Full self.
Do you think? I don't think.
I think Scott Drew's an interesting name.
Yeah.
I don't think
I
Will
don't know.
Wade would be a candidate at Indiana, but do we assume Will Wade is going back to the majors, or is he sticking at McNeese?
I think he's going to Texas. Just my own gut on it, and I know they've been talking. That would be my guess there, and I know Indiana's not going to offer Beard. I've been told that, so I've crossed him off. I know they're pushing hard for Otzelberger, but I don't see it.
Okay, we're missing one yet.
Coming.
Yep.
Just gotta make sure.
Just with everything else going on and all the other stuff I'm watching, I pay attention to it on the periphery, but I haven't really tried to delve into who I think would be who they might want and who they might actually end up getting might not always be the same thing either.
Right.
Which we found wasn't that the case last time. A couple people went after Drew last time and he said no thanks.
Right. I think
Kentucky
they need to go after somebody more cutting edge. Sports change so much.
Yeah.
But I think from Scott Drew's perspective, it might be a good time to try to go. Maybe not from Indiana's perspective. All right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
All right. I'm very happy to know that my impassioned speech worked out.
Tim, don't worry. When we rescrub, we're going to move you up to a 4. So,
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't even want that. I don't want that. All right. Creighton, New Mexico. Vanderbilt, West Virginia.
Is that all I missed during my 20-minute call? Tim had a 20-minute soapbox on Creighton.
No, I had about a 10-second one.
But it was fiery. Well, I know. I think just that the whole Creighton debate goes into what we've just been talking about. This whole group of end of 6, 7, and 8. You could parcel this on and off all day and come up with a different order.
So true.
To me, there's several teams here that are very similar. Like just depending on how you want to break things down, and so. And sometimes those 8 and 9 seeds are teams who, when they're really good, but they also have a lot of others. And so you just never know. Inconsistent, I guess, is what I would put it. Power conference teams that are inconsistent.
We are on the 8 seeds now, so that sounds about right.
Yes, we're voting for the 8 seeds, but among these 8 teams. So fire away with any last minute discussions.
We only got three of the people here right now.
Last minute discussions. I think UConn has been solid enough with the quality of their wins in Quad 1A that they deserve to get on this 8 line. I think when you look at Louisville, their overall record has been so good. We can talk about the ACC all we want, but 17-2 in the ACC is 17-2 in the ACC. I think they deserve to get on this 8 line. Gonzaga is a bit of a wild card, but you look at the quality of the team, and I think they're probably up there at this point. So I think it's really kind of interesting then. Do you get into Mississippi State, a New Mexico, West Virginia behind that? I think Mississippi State's probably also done enough to get on the 8 line for me, but it's close.
Why don't we pull up Mississippi State, because we had somebody ask about us talking about him, and we said, hey, that's probably going to be coming up. So I think I would like to get some other perspectives on Mississippi State, because they have an interesting case because of some of their wins and being in the SEC and the overall strength of that conference. They just lack the high end wins that we've seen with like Ole Miss. They just didn't get they didn't get any of the games against the top teams in the league.
But they did get Ole Miss twice.
Yes.
That has to have some value if we put Ole Miss at the top of our 6 line or back into the 5 line. I can't remember which one.
I mean, sometimes teams just have matchup issues. They don't match up well against another team. But that's where I think like this, they make an interesting case, because like Mississippi State, for example, versus a Gonzaga, again, it's the metric story, right? I mean, they're like reversed. We've been to this argument debate many times, right? Gonzaga results suggests a 9 or a 10, but their metrics suggest like a 3, which is just kind of crazy. And then Mississippi State, their results base suggests more like a 5 or a 6, but their predictives look more like a 9 or a 10. So that's where the top end of Mississippi State's resume here in Quad 1 is certainly more depth than Gonzaga.
I just think for me, with Gonzaga having top 10 efficiency metrics across the board, and then combining it with a destruction of Baylor, a road win at San Diego State, neutral court wins over some pretty good teams like Indiana and Davidson. I think when you add that all up, it's probably enough to get Gonzaga above that 9 line for me. So the 2 teams that I kind of am most interested in are Mississippi State and Creighton in a head-to-head comparison, because I think that for me is like that, at least personally, right between are they 8 or 9 seeds.
And I would also think we should put, I know this is weird because they're 2 Big East, but I think Creighton and Connecticut next to each other, because that's also a very.
I've looked at that a million times. I'd say UConn probably has a slight edge.
That's where I've come out 1 line ahead of Creighton when I've done it.
I think if they played 10 times, it'd probably be 5-5, but
I have kept ending up with Gonzaga as my top 9 seed.
Yeah, me too.
Only because they just don't, their metrics are unbelievable, but they just don't have the wins. But you make great points, Graham. I mean, metrically, the committee could put them up at a 6 or a 7. I don't see them going all the way to a 6 line with them, but I could see them putting them at the 7 or certainly the top of the 8 line with that. Yes.
I think if we get Gonzaga over St. Mary's in the WCC, I think Gonzaga gets a 5, St. Mary's gets a 6, and they move on with their life. But they don't deserve it now. Like 8 seed is about where Gonzaga should be. But if they get a win over, what would it be, San Francisco in the semis, maybe Santa Clara, I forget who they're playing, and then St. Mary's in the championship, it's gonna be tough.
And let's be fair, like a lot of these teams would be upset if they didn't get an 8, they got a 9. But hey, it's just what color jersey you're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and to our point, I do think Mississippi State's home game with Arkansas is potentially big for them because regardless of where we vote them here, if they beat Arkansas today on the road,
Yeah.
then that's another quad one road win for them.
I think that's a good point, Dave, because I look at Creighton and Mississippi State. I think they're so similar. I mean, to me, they have to be right in that same grouping of teams. But I do think if Creighton does what they're supposed to do today, and then Mississippi State wins that Arkansas road game, I think it's enough for Mississippi State to be ahead, in my opinion. And right now, it seems like a toss-up to me. I kind of lean on Mississippi State a little bit for one reason in particular, and it's that 5-4 record against Quad 2 for Creighton, whereas it's 5-2 for Mississippi State. I think Creighton just hasn't been quite as good outside of that top quadrant.
I mean, the only other thing that I, when I look through Mississippi State, it has been concerning is, and I guess you can say that, it about both of them. But they have Mississippi State has a lot of their wins are towards the bottom of Q1 and then sort of in the middle of Q2. But yeah, if we give them credit for beating Ole Miss on the road, which we have to, I think that's probably a better win. Although Creighton winning at Connecticut, I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at either. So maybe those are a wash.
I think it depends, Dave. We talked about this yesterday. I think it depends on how the committee views UConn. Right? Like, are they viewing UConn as wherever we have them an 8 or an 8 seed, just kind of an average team this year, which I think we can agree they probably are, or are they viewing them as the 2-time national champion that holds a home court that's extremely difficult historically to win at? They don't lose a lot of games at Gamble or Excel, really. So I don't know. I think part of that argument depends on, and I think Creighton played them actually at Tim. Was that game at Gamble? I think it was at Gamble, which is even probably a harder place to win than Excel. I do think part of Creighton's argument depends on how you view that win. I think there's a couple teams
I would point out that they've only lost to UConn twice since they've joined the Big East. So even in their championship years, they beat them.
I think that UConn results are similar to Gonzaga results, and where does the committee fall on them? Do they rank them by seed, or do they rank them by cachet a little bit more than where they
cachet? Right now? I'm gonna buttress your cachet.
I'd go back to the Creighton Mississippi State thing. Yeah, Creighton's lost some games in Quad 2, but they're not like they're losing to teams in the 80s and 90s in Quad 2. They lost to UConn, San Diego State.
They got blown out by Georgetown, though, Tim.
What's that?
They got blown out by Georgetown.
Right, but you're saying 4 losses. Let me finish. They also lost to Nebraska, who's a fringe team. Okay, that's 3 losses. If you want to compare losses, Mississippi State lost to Butler and Creighton swept Butler, or it's going to sweep Butler.
I think for me, again, they're super, super close to parse out right now, but I think I have to lean with the team that's done more road damage versus tournament teams. And I think that's where you look at Mississippi State and you think, when it's this close, they won at Memphis, they won at Vanderbilt, they won at Ole Miss, they won at Georgia. That's a lot of road wins versus tournament teams.
Yep, I've got them very close. Yep.
Yeah, I have Mississippi State like 2 spots ahead. I mean, the last one that I did, again, I haven't updated it, but Mississippi State, UConn, and Connecticut were all kind of in a row, and I had Mississippi State at the top of those 3.
Yeah, I had Mississippi State 32, Creighton 33, right next to each other.
That's exactly where I have them, 32, 33.
I know this shouldn't be a thing or a talking point or whatever, but do you feel like there's just SEC fatigue for us with Mississippi State here, where it's just like, man, they can't have 9, 10, number 7 seeds or better?
I worry about that on the bubble a little bit. I think at the end, those last kind of 4 or 5 teams will be interesting, especially based on the results. I don't know if I have it here because it's only been, we've kind of had a little bit of a breather since we last talked about one of the teams, right? Because Missouri and Ole Miss have been off the board for a little bit. I worry about that more at the top and at the bottom than here.
But I do think, to your point, Carrie, once you get down to this stage of the bracket in the SEC, you can see what Mississippi State hasn't done compared to the Missouris and the Ole Misses that were slated above them. Like, their deficiencies become very apparent because there's so many teams in the SEC that have done better.
I mean, the one point to that, I guess, is, the SEC was so dominant in the non-conference, though, with the teams that they played. As a collective, I do think that probably, maybe helps them a little bit when discussions come up.
I think we knew before SEC play even began that there were probably going to be 12 teams in. We were probably going to be debating a 6-12 SEC team. Like, it's played out the way expected in that regard. I just mean right now with this particular Mississippi State case, and I mentioned it yesterday with Ole Miss, Missouri, Mississippi State, right? They're kind of those tweeners that we don't focus as extensively on as the rest of the SEC teams that are in the mix. So who else from these 8 do we want to pull up?
Anything?
I feel pretty good about voting at this point, unless others want to see something else.
I feel pretty good. We've been through a lot of the teams recently, particularly with this group. I mean, I don't remember, is Baylor in this group?
No.
No,
I didn't think so.
make it.
Is Vandy in this group?
Yes.
Yeah, Vandy and West Virginia are also here.
I guess the 2 teams we didn't talk about a ton, right? Unless one you talked about it when I was out were Vandy and New Mexico, but I was off for a few minutes, so I'm not sure if you covered them.
Yeah. Let's pull those 2 up. I think for me, when I'm thinking about New Mexico, a lot of it comes down to how much do you value that UCLA win out of conference, because otherwise it's very similar to last year. A lot of what the Mountain West did was insulated. It was wins against teams in conference, and then how much value do you put on those? So I think for New Mexico, very solidly in the field, but do you place a lot of value on that UCLA neutral court win? Because I think you have to place a lot of value on it to get them up to the 8 line, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if I
New
can get to the
Mexico or
eight
North
line
Carolina.
Both. I think the story for New Mexico is interesting, though, right? Maybe not at the 8 line per se, but just in general, because if you remember this team last year, a big part of why they were on the outside looking in was because they had one opportunity in the non-conference, which was at St. Mary's, and they swung and missed. And this year they swung and missed at a couple, but they scheduled much more strategically, much tougher. I think they're in the top 100 this year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And they got a scalp out of conference. They picked off UCLA, and depending on how we feel about UCLA, 6, 7, whatever, that's a very notable result to back up the fact that they, and again, Graham, your point's really valid last year about they didn't really place a whole lot of value on winning even good road games in the Mountain West. It just didn't seem to matter all that much. So I think you do have to lean into that UCLA result a little bit to justify the rest of the resume. I'm a little worried about seeding for New Mexico in a way. I just think I could also see the committee, again, leaning into the predictives a little bit more. They were not kind to this league last year. I think every single team outside of San Diego State, you can make the argument, was underseeded by at least 1 seed line, if not 2, based on where they could have been. So maybe we all were just wrong and the committee was actually right. I know Dave joked about that yesterday.
No.
I like to think we were right and the committee was just wrong.
Yep.
But their predictives still are north of 40. And so I do have some concerns about their seed spot or their line on the seed list, just because again, you can, similar to what we said about Memphis, you can go back and start to peel back. If we don't value winning at Colorado State all that much, if we don't value sweeping Colorado State, if we don't value winning at potentially 9 seed or 10 seed Utah State that much, then the resume does start to look a bit leaner with the whole metric profile, just UCLA, 2 quad 3 losses that can feed into the narrative that maybe this team isn't as good as some of the metrics say. I don't think they're an 8 seed. I feel pretty confident they're in the field, to your point, Graham, at this point. But I have them below the 8 line at this point. I have them kind of on the back end of the 9 line. So
I think
They sort of scream like 9 seed right now to me.
9 seed to me.
In a team that could either get to the bottom of the 8, stay on the 9, or get past and end up at the top of the 10 line. Because depending on how West Virginia, Vanderbilt, Utah State, Georgia, or Arkansas, some other teams finish out this next week, they could also end up passing them potentially on the final seed list. So, yeah, I think too, with New Mexico, I think you guys are 100% spot on. The VCU win looks good. Whether that ends up being a tournament win after last night, I don't know. USC is a solid win, but they're not going to be a tournament team. And then they have the 2 losses in quad 3. Neither one of them really bothers me. The home loss in New Mexico State's the odd one, more so even though San Jose State is a worse team. It was a road game. It happens, but yeah.
It's not odd.
I don't know that this team is competing with some of those others for one of those 8 spots. I think they're behind them fairly clearly.
I will say though, I
don't think it's odd to lose to New Mexico State. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, I agree.
big rivalry.
They hate each other.
I mean,
hate each other.
maybe the 2 most hated rivals in the country, genuinely.
Yeah, and New Mexico State gets part of the contract. New Mexico State gets half the tickets to the pit. So that place I watched the game. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think
it's one point game, right? So
I mean, like I said, it doesn't. Neither one of their losses goes, ugh.
Yeah,
but yeah, just
I was at the San
quad
Jose
3
State game too.
But yeah.
I mean, I will add for New Mexico, I have a hard time seeing them drop to a double-digit seed, and the reason why is because it's not just a very good win percentage against quad 1 and 2. They played 0 games in quad 2B. Like, these are not just good quad 1 2 games, these are very good win percentages against that level of competition. Like, you look at VCU, Utah State, Boise State, San Diego State, Colorado State, those are all top 50 or top 50 adjacent teams. Like, I think New Mexico really deserves a lot of credit for the depth of their resume and taking chances when they've had the opportunity. Of course, we already talked about UCLA, but just to avoid more losses against that quality of a schedule. I think when you're talking about New Mexico, I think the Mountain West regular season title outright helps. I think had they split it with Colorado State, maybe that wouldn't help quite as much as it does. But I just really think they deserve a 9 seed at this point. I don't think they should be pushed down to a 10. I agree there's some better options for an 8 right now, but I just don't think they deserve to fall to a 10 seed. I think they've done too much to fall that far.
We all agree they're a 9 seed, and we're all just preemptively making our case for when the committee puts them in Dayton, and we're like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Yep.
Yeah, let's vote. And then I'm going to take a little break to get some coffee.
All right, yeah, well, let's vote here, and then we'll take a.
Yeah, I'll get my
break.
vote in.
I took my coffee break on my own, Carrie. Sorry about that. Went a little early.
Right now, folks, we're voting on Creighton, Gonzaga, Louisville, Mississippi State, New Mexico, UConn, Vanderbilt, West Virginia. The top 4 vote getters here will move into the 8 line as 8 seeds on our bracket.
Rocco, just so you know, even though it wasn't as early for me today, thankfully, as it has been in other days, when I poured my first cup of coffee, I said, "Here's to Rocco."
Here's
Oh,
to Rocco.
I
Let it
feel so
fly.
honored. That's so touching. So touching.
I was gonna
Yeah,
run and get my cup of coffee, and then I don't know if it was Anthony or Graham was like, "Well, let's look at Vanderbilt and whoever." Like, crap, let me share my screen.
That was funny. A couple mornings ago, we were going at it early about morning coffee, Dave, on Twitter.
Yeah, my morning coffee starts earlier than most everybody else's probably, but that's okay.
Yes.
You're the bar. I try to aim for the bar.
Well, but you're on the West Coast, so the bar is really
I
not
know.
fair.
It's not fair, but I take it as a challenge anyway. I'm too competitive.
Well, if we were in Omaha, I'd be dragging your asses out of bed still. So
That's true. I'll give you that one.
That's a different bar that we'd be having a problem with.
Yeah.
Breakfast bar. I'd be at the breakfast bar. So it's getting third serving of eggs.
Yeah. Well, some of it I tend to be a morning person because just our schedules to get out the door start at about 5 a.m. anyways, and I just can't switch it off on the weekend. But the
Yeah.
other thing of it is this time of year with working and trying to do this, it's either get stuff done between like 5 and 7, or you have to try to squeeze it in at lunch or something. So it's comes with the territory.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, there we go.
Now there's some really, I mean, even beyond Rocco's 100% right. I mean, the reality is, minus the bubble games today, a lot of these other games are more semantical than anything. I mean, they're fun to watch on TV because they're good matchups, but yeah, it starts getting real interesting today with championship week and what some of these games actually mean to these teams, because which that would
Yeah,
be
it's
my
huge.
argument back to Seth Davis. I said, Seth, almost everybody is already in the tournament. It's called championship week.
There you go.
all
I
right.
mean,
And,
So
literally,
moving
still
on.
look at
until
the,
this year, almost every team has a chance to play a tournament game.
Yeah.
And you
The
have
fact that
31,
they all have a
31
chance to win their
games.
conference tournament and get in. So that your week is just, we did expand it. We got 300 and some teams in. It's just, they
That's
don't
true.
play
It's
the
a different
same
way to
week.
get
They
there.
just start a week early. I don't know if he has an argument to that. Maybe I'll have to throw that out to him if he keeps harping on it.
And I think the other thing too is like, wherever your auto bid only teams start, like if it's number 49 to 68, that's still 20 teams. Every year when we're at this stage, we did it last year. We've done it a few years now, most of us in the group here. So out of those 20 teams, I bet we have to replace 10 of them because there'll be a surprise champion.
Yeah.
To your point. And that's why I told Chattanooga fans to calm down, because just win the SoCon, they'll probably go up a seed. Somebody's going to lose somewhere above them. I had some Chattanooga fans on me, if you can believe that. And I love the Mocs. I don't know how we could ever be enemies.
I do kind of find it interesting when I don't talk a whole lot about that level right now unless I think they're like a legitimate, at-large team, because anything can happen. I do like Chattanooga. I mean, I think
They're good.
Arkansas State could be a scary 12 or 13, depending on where it breaks.
They have NBA
I haven't
guys.
missed,
They have a couple
my
NBA players.
last 12.
Yeah.
Even though their net says they're a little higher, I think with the fact that they won at Memphis
Mm-hmm.
and they beat somebody else too. Is it SMU or somebody?
Ark State. They lost all the tiebreakers in the Sun Belt, so they're the 4 seed. So
But they won at UAB too. I mean, that's not a
that's big overtime win.
So you go win at Memphis and win at UAB, 2 of the top things in the American. I think that's why I've got them I got them right behind McNeese as my final 12.
Yeah, they have a huge upside. I guess part of their we'll see how this weekend goes. They play their first game tonight. See if they can get by Marshall. Marshall presents some matchup problems. They lost to them last time, the only time they played. But Hodgson's name is in for a lot of jobs. So we'll see if they can stay focused through these next couple of weeks.
All right. We have
That's
the
always
teams
part
in.
of
We have the teams in. 8 seeds are Louisville in order: Louisville, UConn, Gonzaga, and Mississippi State. Let's take a little break. Everybody hang with us, and we will get back to moving on to the 9 line here.
I'm sorry. Who did you say ended up getting the 8 seeds?
I think it was the obvious ones, Graham. It's like UConn, Gonzaga, Mississippi State, Louisville.
Well, the obvious one finished 5th, but it's
Oh, is that
Louisville,
Creighton?
UConn, Gonzaga, Mississippi State.
Did you say is Creighton the obvious one, Tim?
Yes, sir.
Bless you.
Thank you. I told the coaches yesterday, I said, it's looking like 9. They were not happy. They said, we didn't know what we're talking about.
They should lose on purpose and go down to a 10. They have a better chance in the second round.
That's kind of what they said.
You know what's funny? I guess I shouldn't share the team. I had a team in this part of the bracket, a little bit below Creighton. You guys can try to guess it. Call me last week, and they didn't want to be in the 8-9. And their very next game, they lose by 28. And of course, my next bracket, they're a 10. So you might be surprised how hyper aware these coaching staffs are of where they sit. And we might have coaching staffs watching us now, so that's why I'm not going to say who it was.
I think an intriguing part this year is the quality on the 2 seed line with Tennessee and Alabama. And then I think, Michigan State's had a fantastic year. But do I think they're at the level of those two? Probably not. And then certainly whoever that final 2 seed is, I don't think is up at the level of Alabama or Tennessee. So if you're an SEC team that might be slotted on the 7 line, you're probably feeling pretty good that you're likely to avoid Tennessee and Alabama and maybe get a team like a St. John's or somebody potentially tossed in there. Wouldn't want to play Texas Tech, but
I think it just depends on what type of team you have, because certain teams would match up okay, I think, with Bama. Like San Diego State crippled Alabama a couple of years ago in the Sweet 16. That was like Alabama's best team, number 1 overall seed. And that was an awful matchup for the Tide. They still almost survived it, but San Diego State they could not get comfortable for 40 minutes and lost. So there's just weird things like that, right? Like I bet
all matchups, maybe it's all.
It is.
It is all matchup. Yeah, like nobody else wanted to play Alabama that year, but San Diego State was like, bring them on, So
that's the one thing the general public doesn't understand.
Yeah, it's different. You got to know your personnel.
And, a 5-12, it can be a horrendous matchup.
Yeah,
then it can be
bracketologist with me now.
8 seed against 1 seed. It could be a really good matchup for the 8 seed.
Yeah,
I remember 2022 seeing the selection show as a Kansas fan, being like, "Oh my gosh, we might win the national championship." And then the next year, probably equally good team, being like, "There's no way we're getting past the Sweet 16. This is a terrible draw. We can't do it. It's bad matchups."
Yeah, the year San Francisco got in, Todd Golden's last year before he went to Florida, we were gaming out all the different opponents. And it was literally down to just like only Memphis was the only one that didn't want to play. So they were like rooting for Michigan State, whereas I think the public would never expect that because Michigan State had some holes that year. Can't even remember. They probably won a game because they always do, but I felt like and then they ended up getting Murray State of all teams. That game goes to overtime, but they didn't like that matchup as much as they would have liked Michigan State. found that all pretty fascinating.
Yep.
They wanted Carolina too. They weren't scared of Carolina. So it's just interesting because everybody's, if you have bigs, if you have great guards, all that kind of stuff plays into that.
Yep.
That Murray State team was ridiculous, man. They had 3 superstars. Who's going to get the Murray State coaching job? Got to figure that one out. Steve stepped down last night.
I wonder about how they're feeling about that conference move at this point.
I mean, they had to do it for the money. That's why same thing with like the big boys, right? Like SMU, Stanford, and Cal obviously don't want to make the move, but football and all this. I think in basketball, Missouri Valley is such a great and respected league.
Yeah.
You got to do it, right?
It is interesting though, because there's the prestige of getting to the tournament frequently, and when you start to lose that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like with Wichita. When Wichita went to the American, now people are questioning if they ever should have. Obviously, the money was there, and the league was way better when they joined it. But now, like Memphis being the only team above the bubble, FAU saved them. At least they had 2 last year, but now it's weird. Because Wichita was rocking for a good 5-7 years. You know better than anybody. Yeah.
That's so sad, Rocco, when I turn on a game at Wichita now. There's nobody in there. It's like,
I can't even believe that.
That place used to just death going into, man.
They have more people at the what's that tournament called in the spring? The TBT. They have more people at the TBT watching their old players than the current team.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
It's actually, that's why they keep hosting it.
I think they're coming to Kansas City next year, or for the next one. I think I saw.
And I'm sure Wichita fans are going to buy tons of tickets. Yeah, it's
unfortunately the American has kind of gotten a reputation as a program killer at this point.
And they're totally at the mercy of football, which even their football league is not great.
I mean, you saw UConn. They're like, we got a football program, but gosh, we got to do anything we possibly can to get out of here. It's just killing our basketball program.
Then they go win a title after they leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you just have too many programs in the AAC that are willing to accept mediocre basketball in order to have a football team. And it's just not working for a lot of those schools.
No. It helped SMU. I mean, they got out.
Yeah.
But, I don't know.
Well, same thing as, Houston and Cincinnati and UCF. They're fortunate that they had good times at the right time.
And UCF's mainly just due to their location. I mean, everybody wants the Florida market, and the recruiting and all that,
They're one of the biggest schools in the whole country.
But they've only got the one bid that, I think ever was the Taco Fall year.
That was one of the craziest endings to a game ever versus Duke. That just seems like the ball's just sitting up on top of that rim. You're just waiting to see what's going to happen with it.
I know, that game and the Gordon Hayward game are just 2 Duke cliffhangers for forever. Obviously, the double one way more important, but
Grayson Allen's shot against Kansas is the opposite.
I was just thinking that, Kerry. I was going to say it, but I didn't want to be known as the guy.
And was it Jay Williams missed free throws 2002? Was
Maryland
against Indiana, I think. But
if
we're talking AAC, are we going to at least mention North Texas? They should be.
Yeah, I just hate their
compared to
UTSA.
Compared to some of these teams under consideration.
Oh, I know. I was on their bandwagon for a good chunk of the year. I had them in my second out. People were laughing at me. I'm like, I don't know. They're pretty good.
It felt like once they lost to Memphis, they were done. But I think they've only lost once or twice in AAC play.
They haven't done anything to me that says tournament team, and it's unfortunate because they're a good team, but they just haven't done anything.
Well, I think they'd be super interesting if they just didn't drop the UTSA game, because they would be. I mean, I get it. Their best win is number 92 Minnesota, but at least it was in the barn. And then they got FAU and Wichita on the road, which are also quad 2, and a neutral over Northern Iowa. So their record right now is 4-5 in the top 2. But if they were clean everywhere else, you could squeeze them in as maybe the last team or two in the field. But with that UTSA home loss, it's so hard.
Yeah.
That was when I erased them from my board, and then
They're still very relevant.
I think they've
anytime
won
you
7
win this
games in a
season-
row since then.
Yeah, they're 21-6. I mean, and they're very good, and nobody will play them. Like nobody. That's one of the teams I help a lot with their schedule, and like it's a pain in the ass. It takes all summer, takes into the fall, and still nobody will play them. I had a date for them in Dayton to play, and Dayton. If you look at Dayton's schedule, look at November 16th. They played some like Division II school. They wouldn't play them. It was the most maddening thing in the world. And now, if they would have played, looking back on it, those two, whoever wins that, would be a lot more interesting.
That's a bracket buster special.
I know. And it would have been so long ago that, whatever. But I thought Dayton needed it to get a tune-up before Maui, and North Texas needed it. Yeah, I mean, North Texas is willing to play anybody, really.
I do
and
think
nobody likes playing against their style because they play press, tight defense. It's annoying, and they wear you down, and teams get hurt against them. So in scheduling, it's just a nightmare to get anybody to say yes.
I do think we're not far away from a future where some of these schools will start getting together at the end of the year at one neutral site location, and we're just going to arrange games back.
Let's do that.
I think it's going to happen because we're going to say North Texas is going to say, I've got no path, so this is our one chance to get a path is to just do this.
Yeah, so Graham, I don't know if you know, but like during COVID, I wrote an article about that. A whole proposal. It was like a 20-page, 20-slide PowerPoint deck. I still have it, but basically my proposal is to move you can pick 2 locations. I think probably you need to, but Vegas obviously works. So the G League has done this Christmas time showcase for the last handful of years. And I don't know much about the G League, but I learned enough to turn it on during Christmas one year. And the most amount of G League call-ups from the G League to the NBA happen at that period because they go to a ballroom, there's no fans allowed, and it's all for TV and it's all for scouts. And they every G League team plays twice in 4 days. And afterwards there's a bunch of call-ups because these guys have their chance to shine. It all counts towards the standings, et cetera, et cetera. So why not do that same thing for college basketball? Because that's the only way you're going to get the big boys to say yes. And you got to make it some sort of NIL related event. But if you could take the top, whatever it is, 80 teams, my proposal was 128 because I'm aggressive and I'll let whoever negotiate me down. But if we get the top however many teams, certainly enough to cover the bubble and then some, and then you could just do it as a natural bracket, 2 games a team, mini 14 pods, winner plays winner, loser plays loser in February. I don't care if it's the first weekend of February or the last weekend of February. I think it'd be incredible for the sport. I think it would allow, more money-making opportunities at the top of the sport and scouting opportunities for the NBA. We got to get the NBA involved for this to really work. And then, of course, our goal, give teams like North Texas that actual final opportunity to build a resume. But it's got to have money tied into it. Otherwise, every power conference team's out. And now that I said that on YouTube, somebody's going to steal my idea, and I won't get a penny, but that's okay. As long as we get it, at this point, I'm frustrated. I wasn't very public about it at first, but now I don't care. Let's just figure it out.
Hey, but we want the power conference teams out. We want bracket busters reanimated, man.
Well, no, I'd rather see North Texas play Arkansas, and I'd rather see like Colorado State get a chance at Ohio State. Those are the games I want to see right now.
But Kerry, to that point though, if you were some of these conferences and you just kept 3 empty dates on the back end of your schedule, you can literally math it out and say, okay, we're going to put UCI, San Francisco, Dayton, and maybe throw in another team into that pod, and whoever wins that pod is going to have enough quality wins that they're going to get over that at-large threshold, it is a
Right.
math problem at that point that you can get somebody into the field.
Yep. The problem is you got to know all that preseason, and you have to plan it, and you have to have your league support, because the league schedule obviously fills all those dates.
Yeah, you'd
But
have
in
to get,
In general, the sport needs non-conference opportunities in February. And what Duke and Illinois did was awesome. I think everybody needs to figure that out. But there's just not enough money in it for most teams. Obviously, there's a lot of money in Duke, Illinois, but that's the challenge.
I think the leagues that
Do
play
the
their
Vegas-
tournament early should do it, right? The Valley and West Coast Conference teams should play
Yeah.
a bonus game like next Thursday every year, but they don't. I mean,
So,
I know
yeah.
St. Mary's did it one year, the Patty Mills year, but that wasn't
Mhm.
that was just to prove he was healthy. It wasn't looking to prove something game.
Didn't
Yeah, so
Gonzaga
Drake-
do it one year with Chicago State too?
Yeah, but that's different. It wasn't a
Well, like
strategy
they're-
game. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
just a game to get some run.
All right.
Uh,
I sent the ballot, so we're picking only 6 this time. Only 6.
So
On that
like
ballot.
Drake's. Thank you, Tim. So Drake, San Diego State, and North Texas they have room to schedule another game this
Yeah,
year. But finding a common date, finding a place to play it.
right. Drake's the only one that has the room on the calendar to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was trying to get Santa Clara to hold a spot, but it wouldn't have mattered. I think if you like Santa Clara's profile now, it's a win over Drake's probably not going to change that. And if you don't like Santa Clara's profile now, same story. Because they have I think they're the Dos Equis. I think Santa Clara's is the Dos Equis of the country in terms of resume. The world's most interesting resume.
This
Sorry,
segment
Tim,
of
we
the
got to get
Block
Dos
Committee
Equis.
sponsored by.
Yeah, we got to get Dos Equis to sponsor this, Tim, so we can start using that more.
Well, it's a little disappointing because the new guy that took over Let It Fly has like a lot of sponsorship like avenues. So I was disappointed
That's
we
still
couldn't get
allowed.
something worked out this year.
Am I allowed to drink Guinness if we're sponsored by Dos Equis? Because I'm out otherwise.
You have to double fist both.
It's like the Guinness and Yingling is the what they call the Black Eagle or whatever. Got to figure out
Yeah.
Dos Equis and Guinness.
No
The
doubt.
Irish X.
What time do we have finals today?
There's only
9
one, and it's
9
at night.
o'clock.
Yeah, it's night. SEMO versus SIUE,
Yeah.
big time rivalry game,
Which
At least with-
acronym?
at least with the fans.
we're just
And
10
my
minutes
vote
away
is
from St.
in.
John's, Marquette, Kentucky, Missouri, Mississippi State, Arkansas. Some big bracket impact games there. Question in the chat: if Louisville ends up on the 8 line, do you think they'd be okay putting them in Lexington opposite of Auburn?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. They can go there.
Yep.
Might be a nice.
I don't think the
might be a
committee
nice
would have any-
parting gift for them.
I don't
for
think the
being on
committee
8
would
line.
have any hesitation doing that at all.
Because
No.
they're not assured of winning the first game.
Well, yeah, they protect you in the first round if you're a protected seed, and that's it. No home crowd disadvantage applies in the second round or beyond.
And
That
I
is
would also
why-
argue that Kentucky fans are going to do their best to not make Louisville feel at home in Rupp Arena.
I agree.
I mean,
The
Well,
not
that stadium's
protected in
insane.
the second round part is why if Gonzaga gets up to a 5 seed, they're going to be in Seattle.
Maybe they're at the mercy of the rematch stuff though, with like Big Ten and all that.
Yep.
I do think though, like, the thing with Louisville being there, I don't think the committee would have any problem putting them there for all the reasons we talked. I'm not so sure though. Well, the curious part, Rocco, is that
Mhm.
whether they will root for. I typically would agree with you that the Kentucky fans in the area would root against Louisville. However,
Yeah.
those Kentucky fans are not going to want to be rooting for Auburn, Alabama, or Tennessee that are going to be the number one there. So I think there's a much, and I think
they
there's,
dislike Louisville. I think they dislike Louisville more than anything, though. Don't you?
well,
Yeah.
I do, but I think like a little bit of it softened because the Kenny Payne era
Yeah.
was just so bad.
Sure.
And I
Oh, they
think,
feel bad for him.
and I think, I don't know about that. I just think, but Pat Kelsey's also a likable enough guy. He's not
True.
like when Pitino was there because he used to be at Kentucky. Yeah, it was in an all-time fever pitch, the Louisville Kentucky divide. And it's
Right.
still a real thing,
And Kelsey and Pope are friends. So,
but I don't think that it's going to have that. I mean, Kentucky fans are always going to want to beat Louisville, and Louisville fans are always going to want to beat Kentucky. That's never going to change.
yeah,
But I
I
don't
just
know
think
it has that same sort of, because Pitino was coached at Kentucky and then he came to Louisville. There was a lot greater.
sure.
Wasn't that
That makes
in
sense.
in 14 when Kentucky was the 8 seed, Louisville was the 4 in that same region, right?
I believe so.
Could get the inverse of that here.
Yeah, I think if it was like Louisville versus New Mexico 8-9 or Louisville versus Creighton 8-9, I think those Kentucky fans are all in on New Mexico and Creighton, like just as a couple examples. But obviously, if Louisville plays their way up to 7 or 6, it's probably not going to be a Lexington team, and if they are, they might be with Alabama, right? So I guess it's the same scenario as a 7. But like if Louisville plays Utah State in a 7-10. I think Kentucky fans are going to go all in on Utah State, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it would just, I mean, I would
Right.
generally agree with you. Yeah.
It'll be
All right,
interesting.
we're ready.
It'll be interesting.
Utah State, San Diego State, Georgia, Drake, Baylor, and Arkansas.
Dirty. So Arkansas starts in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Let the fireworks begin.
Discussion on any and all of those teams.
I think we did Utah State a little bit about an hour ago.
Share that spreadsheet, Tim.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Give me a second here.
No, do it now. I'll get Utah State and San Diego State pulled up because I think that's a neck and neck battle these days.
Yeah, if the committee just gave 4 auto bids to the Missouri Valley, we could get rid of a lot of these teams. Do like the opposite of the CFP. All right, never mind.
You want
I've
you
got
want the sheet pulled
Utah
up,
State.
Terry?
I pulled up Utah State and San Diego State if we
All
want to
right.
compare them.
All right. Then I'll pull it up later.
I think Utah State has a slight edge on San Diego State. I think if Utah State were to fade down the stretch, I think San Diego State might have a better chance of staying in the bracket. But for me, comparing the two right now, I just think it's been a little bit more solid overall for Utah State. I don't think it's a coincidence that they're sitting there 23-6.
And they swept the Aztecs. As little as head-to-head often matters. I think if you've got a season sweep when we're talking about 40 versus 41 or whatever on the seed list, I think then it can come into play.
No, I
Yeah.
think the name on the front of the jersey matters too. I mean, San Diego State's the premier program in the Mountain West. They've established that, been to the national championship in the last few years, and it's a huge deal for Utah State to be able to do that. The win at St. Mary's has aged amazingly well. I think we knew it was a big win at the time. St. Mary's always kind of has to find their footing early in the season, but yeah, I'm really solid on Utah State, even more than San Diego State, but I'm solid on both. As far as getting in, they're subject to the Mountain West scrutiny. Maybe the one thing, and again, I try not to talk about metrics too much because there's so much information within the results, and like you can figure it out yourself. You don't need it. And metrics just there, in my opinion, to back up your work. But I think maybe one of the things that the seeding in the Mountain West last year was a huge head scratcher. Nevada falling to a 10, 2 teams going to Dayton. Maybe some of that had to do with the BPI. Maybe some of it had to do with Mountain West wanting that. So you could draw your own conclusions there. But the BPI part, I think somebody put a thing out where they fixed a lot of it because it was altitude or something.
Yep.
So anyway, I still think these teams are not in great shape for seeding discussions, but they're going to be in the discussions, and that's the most important thing.
I'll point to one of Dave's favorite data points here. Average net wins, 155 for Utah State, 52 for Utah State. San Diego State, almost exactly the same, 153 and 50. So
And
again,
they have Houston.
right.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's hard to
I
split hairs.
Well,
thought
and then the
Utah
other one
State-
was a road win at St. Mary's, which, again, depending on how you view St. Mary's, most everybody in here probably has them higher than I have had them. So if you go on the road and beat St. Mary's, then that's a huge nugget. If you consider St. Mary's a back 5 seed team, then that's not as good as Houston, but it's also a road game out there. So that's a big nugget, and that's part of where I think where the Utah State, I agree. I think the risk of either one of these two actually end up missing is pretty low, barring some craziness.
Yes. Yep.
But from a seeding perspective, how you value they place on that early win over Houston and that win at St. Mary's, where St. Mary's has gone this year, goes a long way as to whether Utah State maybe ends up in an 8-9 type of game or whether they get bumped down to that 10 line.
11. Yeah. One other thing on Utah State's resume, it's easy to gloss over at this point in the season, but it was really, really hard, and they somehow pulled it off to get Iowa to play that game against them. And that game was in Iowa's backyard. I think it was in
Kansas
Moline.
City at Sprint Center.
Oh, that was the Kansas City one. The other one was in Moline. That was against Washington State. Thank you, Graham. So they get they go out to the Midwest, get the Iowa win. That looked big at the time. And for the Mountain West to even get a Big Ten team on the schedule, I mean, at least needs to be mentioned. Obviously, Iowa didn't age the way they hoped, but they also had North Texas and Orlando. They won the Orlando tournament. Didn't they beat, was it Bonaventure? Yeah, they beat Bonaventure too. So, yeah, going into that, those were supposed to be 4 strong mids. They go and win the whole thing. And if we're even mentioning North Texas now, that's still a pretty, impressive win.
Yeah, one thing I will point out that's a very simple math thing, but I think a lot of us were caught off guard by the Mountain West last year. And if you literally looked at nothing else except for the number of quad 3 and quad 4 losses for Mountain West teams, that's exactly how they were seeded. 0 losses against quads 3 and 4, 1 loss against quads 3 and 4, 2 losses against quads 3 and 4. The committee just seemed to go kind of down the line in that way. And so I think a lot of people were shocked by how far Nevada was down. But that quad 3 loss that Nevada had seemed to hurt them a lot. San Diego State having that loss to UNLV could potentially be a differentiator for the committee.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was, but there's a lot of mysteries within that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought New Mexico deserved a bid, even if they needed an at-large, but they clearly.
The committee, and I talked to, I think, 6 or 7 committee members during the NCAA tournament. A lot of them came to Los Angeles. Gavitt was there the first day. I talked to him. They all admitted to me, so I have no problem saying this out in the public, that New Mexico was out if they lost the championship game, and they were 22 in the net that morning.
And they were the
So
only team with two losses amongst the Mountain West considered teams, squads 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's crazy. So if you're on in that school of thought, and maybe it was more prevalent last year, maybe New Mexico broke the barrier, but if you're in that school of thought, your net is so high you can't be left out. That's absolutely not true. The net is about your opponents and sorting your results. That's the primary purpose of it. And other than that, you got to build a resume. And yeah, and I mean, I just thought, if you're watching that Mountain West tournament last year, New Mexico was incredibly good, and they were still prepared to leave them out. So that should tell you a lot.
I think
they ate shit against Clemson in the first round.
Yeah, which would have made they're probably like, God damn it, why didn't they just lose? We were right.
I mean, one thing that you do have to consider with bracketology is the committee has shown time and time again recently that if you are not in the position to get in that large the week before we get to conference tournament season, you're not going to make up enough ground in the final couple of days. Like, you need to be there now.
Yep.
All right, let's break from the Mountain West. Who else was in this tier that we want to look at? We've already talked Drake plenty. Georgia, was Georgia in this group?
Baylor.
Baylor's probably the one that would be, or put Baylor and Georgia together. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, these are, Baylor's another one who's a metrics darling by like big school standards, right? All their metrics are in the 30s. Everything looks, I'm looking at Georgia. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. I opened the wrong.
I've got them both pulled up on the.
But their predictive metrics definitely suggest Baylor as a team, a tournament team. Resumes a little bit more borderline, but would still tip that way. 6. So at quick glance, Baylor looks like an obvious choice for at least getting in. But then when you go down a little bit further and you realize they've lost 12 games and only have 17 wins against Division I.
16 wins against Division I.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to, maybe it's wrong.
17 and 12 overall. Is that right?
No.
Well,
18 and 12 overall.
Oh, 18 and 12 overall.
It's 17 and 12 D1 now.
Yeah.
That's why that's win this last week against
TCU.
TCU was huge. Because if they'd have lost that game at TCU, if they'd end up losing that, yes, then they would be 16 and 13 right now against D1 and in real trouble. And so that's where my still concern lies, is they're awfully close to being potentially in trouble if they lose their last two and go 17 and 14 with a 3-9 road record and nothing outstanding otherwise, other than a strong strength of schedule. Because of their quad one wins, 3 of them are against teams that aren't going to be in the tournament.
Yeah.
So they basically have 3 wins against the field. And I think right now they're probably okay with their metrics. But yeah, if they lose these next 2, they lose today and they're opening around the Big 12, it could get dicey real fast for Baylor.
Dave,
Right.
I think they're 4-9 against the field. They got St. John's. I mean, it depends on how you feel about Arkansas, West Virginia, and Kansas.
Yeah,
But,
that's
I mean,
right. You're right.
I agree. I mean, 4-9 is not good. They're 3-9 on the road. There's too many red flags here to feel very confident. If they go 0-2, I think they're in big trouble. I think right now they would be in.
Mhm.
The resume numbers get them in the field. Even 1-1 would be pretty interesting. I guess they would have to go 1-2 would be actually maybe the most interesting. Lose today, win first round Big 12, and then lose. That would put them at 18 and 14 against D1 competition. But regardless, I think, there's enough there now to get them in the field. Play the strong schedule, but there are major concerns for Baylor. 4-9 against the field, and when you have all, and they also don't have a true road win in conference against the field, I believe. Just looking at it, I think they're 0-4,
Yeah.
0-5 against the Big 12 tournament teams on the road.
Yep.
And none of them were
Bram
only won by
Jandren
single
brings
digits.
up in the chat Baylor getting blown out by Gonzaga and Tennessee. There are a couple other games where they just straight up didn't show up at
Iowa
all.
State,
And it
too,
is
yeah.
crazy that their predictives are what are helping them out more so than their resume metrics. But I feel like Baylor is a one fewer loss version of Ohio State, where it feels like they've only existed to hand out quality wins, but they're still hanging around somehow. So I think they're probably a seed line ahead of wherever you would have the Buckeyes right now.
I think so, just because of the win-loss total. I think probably you could argue that Ohio State's overall wins are better, but they both still have the basic math problem of we're flirting awfully close to ending up 3 games over 500 overall, which is a very dangerous place to live.
I also think Baylor too. I mean, right now it's helpful to have that St. John's win is obviously what's keeping them really afloat in my mind. It's also helpful to have a backup result away from home in Arkansas against the field that kind of helps you just get some depth to that. But if Arkansas drops out of the field, that's another significant problem for Baylor, I think, because now you have that, you basically are hinging your entire resume on one point result in the Bahamas back in November. And I know time doesn't necessarily matter, but I do think we are human. The committee members are human, and they're going to think about it. But I haven't seen Baylor have a really strong result in a long time, and it's true.
And as Rocco brought up when we were on the St. John's chat yesterday or 2 days ago or a month ago, whenever it was, like Johnny's got screwed in that game. Baylor lucked into their only great win.
Yeah.
Well, and just from a basketball perspective, I mean, I haven't seen every Baylor game, but I've seen a few. And they have little stretches where they look really good. And the rest of the time, it just seems like I don't know, it's just not very fluid. I mean, they practically lost the game. They tried to end up losing that game at TCU, and then kind of got a fortunate bounce at the end of that game.
Yeah.
Wasn't even a fortunate
They
bounce.
led
It was,
Cincinnati for a lot of that game, and
it-
then ended up losing it right at the end. So there's just
It
been a
was
lot
Jamie
of
Dixon deciding to foul at a stupid time. That's what they got lucky with.
There you go. Yeah, well, I think the other thing too that the committee is certainly going to discuss is Josh Ajanwuna, excuse me. He's out for the year. He's missed 7 games. In those 7 games, they're 3-4. Barely squeaked by West Virginia in Waco in overtime. A West Virginia team that we just picked apart for their own injuries. And then the other 2 wins were Oklahoma State at home, a game they really struggled in early and recovered at the end. And then that TCU game they just won. Those are their only wins since Big Josh has been out. He's 6'10", 235-pound monster. So that's a huge void in their front court. And they've lost to Colorado and Cincinnati during that time, both road games, but both non-tournament teams. And, got clubbed at Houston, fairly competitive in the Arizona loss, but that was in Waco as well. So they have not performed at a tournament level without Big Josh. And I think on top of all the other things, the record, everything else, that's my biggest concern with them. And, they're, of course, predicted to lose at home to Houston today. I think they will be, if they do lose to Houston today, I think they'll be getting on that plane to Kansas City with some tight sphincters.
Yep. Pucker time.
Tight buttresses.
None for the Colorado game as well.
Yeah. I think
Because
you're
now the
100%
committee, with the
spot on,
injury,
Rocco.
with the injury, the committee has more than one reason to leave him out. So there's a lot there to look at. I think if they if they lose to Houston in like double overtime today, I think I would feel better because they can hang with the big dog still. But like if Houston comes into their house, beats them by double digits, yikes. That's all I'm going to say is yikes.
and they're going to end up having. I know it's still TBD exactly where they're going to fall, but that first game of the Big 12 tournament that they would play is going to be very low end quad 2, if not maybe even
it's a must win.
high quad
It's
3.
a must
Yeah,
win.
and it's unfortunate
Yeah.
for them because it doesn't really move the needle, but it just gives them.
Well, I think it does.
You do?
I think it does because their record's a problem. Their winning
it's
percentage
true.
is a problem.
Yeah.
So any win
It's true.
helps, especially and anything in this league will be quad
That's
2 and
exactly what I was
neutral,
gonna
or maybe
say.
quad 3 if it's.
I guess yeah.
And here's the
Colorado's
situation.
Still,
So right
Colorado's
now,
still slightly above 100, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, Baylor is. Here's the other thing about other reason Baylor's, if they can win today, I think it's over. They're in. That gets them to 11-9 in the league on top of everything else. It's a winning record in a third best league, second best league, one of those two, and they're tied with Kansas right now for 6. So if they lose, they could end up in a massive tie between 7th and 10th. If they lose those tiebreakers, then they have to play the early day. If they win the tiebreakers, they'll still get a bye. Top 8 teams don't have to play the first day.
Playing
so-
in early game might be good for Baylor. I really
Right,
believe
just to
that.
get that winning percentage. Yeah. So
Well,
that would
I,
be, but
I kind of
it
feel
would be
like Baylor needs
9-10.
2 wins to feel. If Baylor can get 2 more wins, I think, and get to 19 versus D1, I think their metrics and stuff gives them a lot better chance. But if they only get 1 more, I think it gets
I just don't know that there's enough teams to
it gets very nervy.
If
Yeah,
they
so
win
just
one more,
one
I don't
second.
know that there's enough teams to pass them.
Yeah. Real quick, just so you guys understand the scenario, the worst Baylor can finish if they lose all the tiebreakers is the 10 seed, and if they get the 10, they play the 15. If they end up in the 9, they get the 16. So it's the only possible opponents if they play early are Arizona State or Colorado. Those are the only 2 teams they can play. Colorado's locked into the 16. Arizona State's locked into the 15. So those we've narrowed it down there for their early game.
I mean, if Baylor is right on that cut line, you'd have to think the non-conference strength of schedule comes into play as well.
Maybe.
I think
Yeah,
it
I
does,
think
but
if
I think
it's-
it also depends on Rocco's point of how
I think
did you
they need to
do
win
against the
one more.
opportunities you had.
I think they need 1 more, is my opinion.
Yeah.
On it. I think 2's a lock. I think 0's out, and 1's probably what they need.
And if they win it today, they're in. If today's the one, it's
They'll
over.
lock today if they win. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I
no
mean, it
Vince-
makes a
no
huge
Vince
difference
Carter.
having Houston. I'm just living under the assumption that I will be surprised if Baylor beats Houston today,
Yes.
which means they go to the Big
Yeah.
12 tournament, in my opinion, needing 2 wins.
Yep.
Because the
they
first
beat
one's
Houston
not
today,
going
they
to. The first
could
one's
be-
not going to help them significantly. It's not
Right.
going to, right? And so they got to get 2.
Yeah, if they beat
If
Houston,
they
they're in.
beat Houston today, they might be wearing white in the NCAAs. That's how big of a
Yeah.
result that could be.
Turning our attention to UC San Diego, I know, Rocco, you have pretty strong opinions here, but definitely the road wins at Utah State and UC Irvine stand out.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't really have opinions. I just have facts. But I'm going to tell you that the Tritons, only 2 teams won at the Spectrum this year. New Mexico and UC San Diego are the only 2. So that speaks volumes. I think everybody in general nationally understands how hard it is to win at the Spectrum. It's not only altitude, it's 12,000 crazy animals singing songs an hour and a half before tip-off in the Spectrum every night. It's a crazy culture up there, which is why Utah State's good no matter who their coach is every year. So, of course, we've talked about, like with the Drake example, how important it is to get a win above the bubble away from home. UC San Diego's got it. And then, with how good Irvine's been all year, to go in and win at Irvine, Irvine hadn't lost a home game in 2 years, and they win there. So they've got 2 really, really special road wins in Quad 1. And then, of course, they've navigated a less than, brutal schedule, but this Big West is the best Big West probably since the early 2000s, maybe even you could argue since 1998. And so you have teams like Riverside and Northridge who are extremely competitive. Santa Barbara's got a ton of talent, and they've mostly navigated that to first place. They've clinched a share of the title, cut down the nets the other night. They have a chance to get the outright title at UC Davis today. obviously for at large have to win that game. But I think in general, like we said about Drake in a lot of ways, everything you could ever want from a team coming from the mid-major ranks that the committee has said in the past, they've got it. Now, the Seattle University loss, try to explain it the best I can. Seattle University's got some dudes. They beat Washington this year. They just had a weird year themselves, but they're starting to peak again. They just beat somebody in the WAC by like 35 the other night. So even though it's going to show up as a quad 3, and it was even a quad 4 for a while for the Tritons, look at the Seattle University. Well, they have Matthew Alexander Moncrief's like a former Georgia player, former Oklahoma State player. And they lost a stupid game, Seattle did, to Cal Poly like 2 days before. So they came out angry. Anyway, whatever. I'm probably in the weeds too far on that one. It's a bad loss for UC San Diego, but that's a talented Seattle team. Riverside's got the best guards in the league, lost to them. Irvine lost to them too. And then, of course, the home Irvine loss. But besides that, they're flawless. And aesthetically pleasing. Hopefully you guys have all had a chance to see some of their highlights. They share the ball. They're an old school team. They have some Australian, New Zealand flavor. They're very unorthodox. They create open shots almost every possession. They're a beautiful, beautiful team to watch. I think they're going to capture the country by storm as long as they get in the field. All that being said, I think we're solid, but UC San Diego is right behind them.
All right, guys. We have to. I know we jumped ahead to UC San Diego, but we got to vote on these 6 here. We got to rank these 6: Arkansas, Baylor, Drake, Georgia, San Diego State, and Utah State.
I thought UC San Diego was in this vote. Never mind.
Oh
No.
man, you got me so.
Did you send the ballot, Tim?
I'll send it right now.
All right, here comes the ballot.
Chattanooga trails Mercer early. High Point trails Radford early.
Oh no. Arkansas trails Mississippi State early.
Could be a fun day for them.
No Adu Thiero today.
He's missed a lot of time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been in and out.
Hmm.
Kentucky's down 7 early at Missouri.
Slow start.
Missed. I think at one point they were 1 of 7 from the field or something. So that's.
Georgia down by 1 early. Home to Vanderbilt. Johnny's up 5 early. Long way to go in all of these games.
Yeah.
We're all taking Shelby's Thunder reporting scores.
Yeah. I'll slow down. I like hearing it from Shelby anyway. Like it's part of the.
And the most
joy.
important game of the day: North Carolina State leads Miami.
I think NC State's got to win that to get into the ACC tournament and get some help. Actually, they're is stuck in the 16 hole. Defending Final Four team.
I guess the big thing today is going to be watching how these final Big Ten games play out this weekend to find out whether Nebraska is going to make it to Indianapolis or not.
Oh my gosh. Well, the good news is if Nebraska is in that situation, we probably don't have to talk about them anymore.
Well, they don't play till tomorrow.
Yeah, but there would
Oh,
be
yeah.
there's no bigger. We have a reason to not invite you than you didn't even make your own conference tournament.
Right.
People would never
Well,
stop
in
talking
Iowa,
about it, though, if you failed to make your conference tournament and went to the Final Four.
well, the funny thing about that game, Dave, is Iowa has to win to get in. So Iowa, if they care still,
Yeah.
they should bring their best effort.
Yeah.
They
Oh,
came
yeah.
out firing against Michigan State.
Well, I
yeah,
can't
it's-
imagine that Iowa and Nebraska, they're not going to be ready to play for that game anyway. Both of those teams have a lot to play for because, Iowa theoretically, at least in their mind, right? If we get in, we have a
Anything
chance.
could happen. Anything could happen. Yeah.
If we get
And
in,
All right,
if they
so we-
do those tiebreakers, they might get like all the way up to like an 11 seed.
Okay, guys, we got I don't know if anybody stay past 1 Eastern, but we got one more round to go here to get one more seed line. So we got to get that done. So let's move it along. We got the teams in are Utah State, Georgia, San Diego State, Baylor. So now we got to vote on these 8. We got to vote on the 8. Baylor, Creighton, Georgia, New Mexico, San Diego State, Utah, Vanderbilt, West Virginia. Have we pretty much exhausted all?
We've talked about everything we could possibly talk about.
Yep.
I think. It's
Yeah.
just time.
So let me
I
just
feel
make
like
sure I
we've-
got.
Georgia's
ahead.
one team that we really haven't discussed at all, I don't think. I
Yeah,
had
go
them
ahead.
pulled up at one point. and
Go ahead. We got a few minutes.
Yeah. I know we briefly talked about them the other day when we first voted them into the field, but I mean, I think that they, with that win over Florida, when we were comparing Georgia and Baylor side by side, right? They both have that neutral, narrow win over St. John's, but Georgia's got, granted, more opportunities. I think at the top of the hill, but beat Florida at home, beat Kentucky at home, beat Oklahoma, beat Texas. Like I think they've gotten more. What do you call it, Rocco? Not pieces of gold, bites of the apple or something like that.
Silver bullets.
But Georgia, metric wise, the lowest they are in any metric is 38. Aside from non-conference strength of schedule. That's it. Now we've discussed Georgia and we can vote.
I do have some concerns about Georgia if they lose today. I think the
Certainly.
resume side of things is very helpful because they're at 32 in WAB. They've got a ways to go. But I think there's they add another loss here. I think it puts a lot of pressure on them going to where's the tournament this year? Nashville. Going to Nashville because there's definitely some things you can start picking apart here. 3-7 on the road. Their best road win is in conference is potentially at a team that's not even going to make the field. I think Texas has a long way to go here. They just the non-conference strength of schedule. They'd still be 4-10, I guess, in quad 1, but they would fall below 500 at that point, quads 1 through 3, which I know is not an official statistic, and plenty of teams have gotten in at that layer. But none have ever gotten in below that. So I just think that, and also really too, just outside of being important for both teams just to maintain their spot inside the field, I think today's an interesting game against Vanderbilt because I have them also very close together on the seed list. I think I have them back to back actually. So I feel like it's an important result for both of those teams to maybe push themselves ahead of someone who's right next to. Well, I guess depending on what you want to do, because I think I have them back to back on the back of the 9 and top of the 10. So maybe losing is helpful for one of them to avoid the 1 seed. I don't really know. But I do have some concerns about Georgia if they drop a home game today. The Florida win's great, the Kentucky win's great. They're at home. They're at Stegman. I think we talked about this a little bit earlier today. That the committee, I just feel like in the past few years has not really. That's my concern with team like Clemson, even though the Duke win, I think gives it a little bit extra oomph just because it's Duke. but the committee hasn't shown a huge flavor for wanting to reward home wins, even against really some of the highest teams. They really have wanted to see what are you doing outside of your home arena. We just expect that you're going to have pick up a few big wins at home because you should. And Georgia does have the St. John's result, but they have a lot of other things that point that they're just really not good away from Stegman. And so I'd have them in now. I'd have them in on the 10 line, but on top of the 10 line. But I think it gets a little hairy for them if they lose today.
I think there was something to the point 4 or 5 days ago before they won at South Carolina, at least picked up another true road win. People were saying, right, they're 1-7, 1-8 on the road, but every single one of those games was on the road against net top 40. Like, I feel like it's not like you can't compare Georgia's road record to Boise State's road record, which a lot of people were just immediately pointing to the road record as the reason to keep them out. I'm like, well, you got to consider who they're playing. My gosh.
But I think the other thing, though, too, Kerry, is I think at some point, and they are playing really good teams, but at some point when you're getting 8 opportunities, you'd think a tournament level team should be able to at least win more than one. The road's tough, but that's a bad mark. And I'm not saying it should keep them out. I just think it is a reason if their next couple games go south. It's just an easy thing for the committee to point to, because at the end of the day, it's so funny. You listen to the chairs at the end of the day when they do their justification for the first 4 teams out, and they're just cherry picking. It's like it's like a dog looking, that sees a bone and then they see a squirrel running by. Now the squirrel's the focus. It's just like one thing that just jumps out that I could say, hey, you know what? That's not great. And that justifies my logic for feeling like they should be left out. And you can make that argument on any really seed line probably, but I think in the bubble, it's emphasized so much more. It's maybe even exacerbated a little bit.
Well, and a lot of times the chair probably doesn't even agree with the conversation, the way the vote went, especially this year. Bubba Cunningham, if he has to go up there and explain why North Carolina was let out, I hope he's like, well, I wasn't allowed to vote. That's why they were left out.
That's exactly.
I think to your point on Georgia, the thing that would concern me, especially if they lose like 2 games, is, and again, it's not the end all be all, but they're even Steven against the top 3 quadrants right now, which isn't, again, it's not the end all be all. But if they lose 2, does that bring more question into a fact that 8 of their wins are quad 4? And you're right, they don't have a current win against the field away from home other than St. John's on a road game. They haven't beaten a tournament team on the road.
Yeah.
So, again, I think metrically, the win at Florida might still be enough for Georgia at the end of the day, but it gets a lot more dicey if they lose if they lose a couple more. If they win today, I think it's pretty much over.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
But if they lose 2 in a row, it brings possibilities in to feel a lot less certain as being 100% sure.
And they for sure are playing on Wednesday, so you would imagine the committee's going to process that first game at least. I would also just say too, some examples where you don't have that road win against a tournament level team can be forgiven if you just don't get the opportunities, but that's not the case for Georgia. They've played at Auburn, at Florida, at Tennessee, at Alabama, at Texas A&M, at Ole Miss, at Arkansas, and they're 0 for all those games.
I think if Georgia loses 2 straight, they don't deserve to be in the tournament. They just don't deserve it.
It reminds me of Oklahoma last year. They were right now Georgia's 4-10 in that first quad. Oklahoma finished 4-12 last year. And I think their big thing was like almost all their wins, if not all their losses, if not all of them were close to it, were tournament level teams, which is Georgia's story. But at a certain point, you got to win a certain percentage of them.
Yeah, 1 out of 7 at that point, or 1 out of 8. The last 2 wins are important, like Kerry mentioned. The other thing that's interesting too, I was saying this to Kerry before. It's like you figure they would get one of those wins, right? None of those are really easy. It's not easy to go to Coleman.
The one win in quad 1 is against the NIT team of the bunch, and the other, yeah.
But like winning at Ole Miss or winning at Arkansas, you would figure they could get one more of those, right? And the funny thing is about the Arkansas game is that was when Arkansas was playing horribly. I mean, Arkansas lost 6 out of 7 games, and the only game they won was Georgia at home in a 7-game stretch.
Yeah, Georgia pissed the game away. They were up most of the night.
Yeah, that was when Arkansas really didn't even look like Arkansas that we know now.
They were trying to figure out the Boogie Flan problem.
Okay, I've sent the ballot, so we can vote.
Thank you, sir.
How many cups of coffee are you on, Rocco?
I just filled up number 2.
Oh, that's not bad.
No.
Well, don't tell
That's
anybody.
all right.
I've drinking most of a 14 cup decanter in the morning before. But it's 50-50. It's not all caffeine.
You gotta do what you gotta
That's how you justify it, right?
That's a championship week performance, Dave.
do. Dave, you just got bumped up to the 7 line. We were gonna put you on the 8-9, but now you're a 7 seed.
Hey, in the coffee world, I'm a number 1 seed, man.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to play you on the road, that's for sure.
I don't know. My heart might be beating so fast I'd be sitting down on the other sideline.
Oh, that's great.
Okay.
How does everyone take their coffee? I just drink it black.
Just black.
Yeah, black. Now sometimes I'll put like a little pack, like a partial pack of Splenda in it just to do that, but not much.
Put a little creamer.
I do not drink coffee,
What the hell?
but let me caveat that. I am a consumer of a decent amount of unsweet iced tea to make up for it. So
There you
I
go.
thought you were gonna say like Monster energy drinks.
no, no way. I can't do that. Stuff makes you feel stuff makes you feel awful.
Yeah.
Only pick 6, Tim, or is
Pick
that old?
6.
That's old.
Oh no, this
No, we're ranked.
No, rank
this one is
ranking all
ranking
8.
8. We're ranking 8.
Oh, I
here.
did that one a lot. Yeah, I did that one a long time ago. Yeah, we're good. Who are you waiting on?
I'm waiting on almost
Me.
the whole field here. I've
I
only got
haven't got
3
it
in.
in.
Shelby, Rocco, and Graham are the only ones in.
Oh,
You got mine. Just came through.
I guess we know who the go-getters are of the bunch.
we're sitting in the front row of the class.
That's right.
No, I do like my coffee, but in the morning, a lot of it's just it's great in the morning because you can just sip on it and it's warm and it's hot and it's soothing and everything else. And
you have your best energy of the day anyway in the morning. So,
but I had, but
Nice
yeah,
combo.
over the years, I mean, when we used to just have fully caffeinated, when I got older, it was like, okay, that's too much caffeine.
All right, mine is in now. We had a question earlier that I never got to, but it was about which of the SEC's bubble teams, I guess we could include Vanderbilt in that, so 5 of them, do you think is most likely to reach the second weekend of the tournament? Not so much a bracketology question, but which team do you think is best? Probably Arkansas, I would say.
ooh, yeah, I like Vandy. I don't know. I like their team. They're old. I thought they did a masterful job in the portal, which is the only reason they're in this position. Hogard's been there. And now obviously they're probably looking at an 8-9, so they might have the roughest path of anybody that gets in, but that's half the battle. But I guess if all other things are equal without knowing what the bracket will be, I'll take Vandy.
To your point there, it is interesting. I've always thought that way with when you're on the bubble. You'd rather be an 11 seed than a 9 seed.
Oh, any day of the week. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I don't think Arkansas will get an 11 because if they are good enough to get in, they'll get scrubbed up at least to a 10. But yeah, certainly Oklahoma could be 11. And I'll be fair, like it's easy to talk trash about Oklahoma's everything, but they've played better the last couple of weeks. Like the emergence of Forsyth has been good to see. Fears is crazy as a freshman, one of the best in the country. So, Oklahoma is just crazy enough, if they were in as an 11, maybe they could make a run. I think Porter Mosier would certainly be able to breathe for a minute, which I don't think he's been able to breathe for about 5 months.
One reason to
It's
choose
crazy.
Vandy is at least they're likely to be in. A lot of these other teams can still easily be out.
Yeah. Crazy
Mhm.
thing with Oklahoma is they had that wild game against Michigan, right? They won on Jeremiah Fears' 4-point play with like 10
That
seconds
guy's
left.
so good. Yeah.
And then every close game since then, it seems like they lose. Like they lost all of their, like they sold their
The
soul to
Kentucky
the
one.
devil in close games.
Okay.
That
Well,
Kentucky
we have teams
home
in,
loss,
so
that was hard for them.
all right, guys, we got to move this along. So Creighton, New Mexico, Vanderbilt, West Virginia got in that order.
Mhm.
That was our 9 line, correct?
That is our 9 line. All righty. Now let me send out the next one here. We're gonna pick 6 again. Okay.
Hey, Tim, if you would, when you get done with that, scroll up on that seat list line after you send this out.
There you are.
Okay.
Wow, I already had it teed up. I'm way ahead of. Okay. Ballot is sent. Just pick 6 out of that group.
Ugh.
Oh, it's wrong. It's not letting me pick more than one, Tim.
Yep, me too.
Sorry. I'm gonna have to resend it.
I tried to start with both UC schools and it said nope.
I'm getting too far ahead of myself here.
Oh,
All right, hold on.
Rocco, you got the committee's one, and you tried to do that, and they said nope, not so fast, my friend.
That's right.
Do it. I just want to be able to look the Big West commissioner in the eye and say I did everything I absolutely possibly could.
Yep.
So I'm doing my part.
Well, what do we know? The committee might be watching us.
The Big
Probably
West
not.
definitely might be watching. I would not be surprised if the Big West is watching. They've been we've been on speed dial for about a month, and the next week's going to be a long week for that league.
Yeah.
If the two teams keep winning, obviously, if somebody falls today, dream could be over.
Yep.
Let's hope for the best.
All right, I'm gonna try and send this in a different email. Hopefully it works. All right.
All right.
I just want to interject that we all act like Rocco's the only one voting for UC San Diego and Drake. I had Drake at the top of my list on that last vote. I've been voting UC San Diego, UC Irvine, but here you see the ratio, two out of 6 is not enough to get it done.
I know. And again, the real committee has 7-to-5 ratio for non-power to power, but at the same time, with so many of those 7 being new, I have my concerns. Let's put it that way. I think they could be wined and dined and everything else to get those SEC votes or even a North Carolina vote. I hope I'm wrong. I really do, obviously, but
Well, yeah, you can.
It's hard to
that's what
Okay, I
predict.
sent the new link, so see if that one works. So use that new link. I don't know that they changed it, but I hope they did.
I think the other thing I'm concerned about is just the fact that the Big West, the Mountain West, the Atlantic 10, and the Missouri Valley, none of those 4 leagues have a rep directly from the league. So, not exactly ideal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're honest about it, despite a lot of the challenges with Carolina's resume, just on the number of opportunities they've had and missed.
Yeah.
if they were to beat Duke tonight, it creates a lot more confusion if they end up close along the cut line, because again, it's one of the I beat the Houston cards. I beat the Florida cards,
That's right.
right?
Well,
I beat the Houston. I beat Duke card.
Yeah, makes a big
I mean,
difference.
it's one game, but it's
Those teams don't get the chances though, so it's a chance to demonstrate that they can do it. You know, that's the whole thinking behind it. Mattering so much.
Okay, missing one.
I think I gave up a long time ago, realizing. I mean, it's not a completely fair and balanced system. It's just not. So it's just the way it is.
And I think it's intended that way, but that's just my opinion. That is the first thing I said. That is opinion. I think it's intended to be hard for them to get in, especially as the years have gone by. I remember at a time, it must have been like 15 years ago, when I started getting surprised that the MAC wasn't getting 2 teams. They used to always get 2. When the Conference USA stopped getting 2, and then now you like look at it and it's like it happened to everybody. Now it's like it can happen to the A10, it can happen to the American. It would happen to the WCC if they didn't have 2 gorillas, and credit to Randy Bennett for becoming a gorilla.
Right.
And how much of that is just those leagues getting pilfered, right? Conference USA,
well,
they used to have Louisville, Marquette.
Yeah, they were phenomenal. Yeah.
So now
I mean,
those are
I
all
do
major
think
conferences.
that though is
Everything worse too.
Damn it.
I mean, the West Coast teams benefit from success over a sustained period of time.
Yes.
Because the perception of losing a game is not, I mean, people will go schedule Gonzaga anywhere because even though they're not a power conference schools, nobody's going to bat an eye if you play a game and lose to Gonzaga.
Well, and they operate at a different budget. You know, they
Right.
operate at a power budget. Same with Memphis and San Diego State to most of that.
Right.
And so in scheduling, that's how it's viewed. Like we want to align budgets. So it wouldn't make sense for like Duke probably to schedule St. Mary's, but Duke will play Gonzaga any day of the week. And they would consider Memphis. I don't know if they would play them, but they would consider it.
All right, there's our 6. Arkansas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio State, UC San Diego, and Drake. Rocco talked about UC San Diego in the last session.
We did.
We've talked a lot about Drake.
I
Do we need a comparison on Indiana and Ohio State, or?
They're playing
I
each
think
other.
I would be
in
interested in
hours.
getting everybody else's thoughts on those two, just real quick. I don't think it has to be like a really long discussion, but everybody else on there we pretty much talked about at one point, but we haven't gotten to either one of those two yet.
I think Indiana and Ohio State should both barely be in right now, and whoever loses today should be out.
I agree, but I'll pull them up for now for us.
I would
Yeah.
say
There are
Ohio
a lot
State,
of-
yes. I would say Indiana, yeah. I still think
Maybe
they
not.
might hang on.
I think the loser is in deep trouble, and
Yep.
I'm not sold on the
I don't
winner.
think they're in deep trouble.
I think
do.
Ohio State, because of the margin,
I think they're in deep trouble to lose.
they're
it,
in deep
for sure.
trouble if they don't win, because then you're talking about them possibly having to win 3 games
Right.
Yep.
at the
I
Big
agree
Ten.
to that. I agree on Ohio State.
But the
Um,
loss, well, and for Indiana, if you just play it out for a second, if Indiana loses today, it's a home loss. They fall to what is it, 4-13? I mean,
Yeah.
that's worse than Oklahoma last year.
Yeah.
who didn't get in. Yeah, you love the road win at the Spartans. That's the only reason Indiana is where they are, like in the projections. And of course, you know, they scheduled a little better to take the chance on a Greensboro and others in the quad 3. That's paying off for the Hoosiers for now. But again, it's some empty calories after that Michigan State win, because you have to go all the way to quad 2B. There, you see how A is blank to find their 5th win. So the Indiana, even if they get the win today, it's a home win, and they go into next week, and we have to start repealing teams. I still think Indiana is one of the first to go. At least one of the first 3
Not
or
only
4
do
to
you-
go.
Not only do you have to go to Q2B to get their 5th win, you have to go to 17th place in the Big Ten to get their 4th best win at Penn State.
Right. That doesn't look as good.
No, I do think Penn State is better than I think they're a better team than their resume ended up being. They took so
Tough
many
place to
close
win at.
losses, and then eventually it broke them after a while.
Yeah, I just think it depends on who they're compared to, you know. It's just going to depend on who they're compared to at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ohio State has the better, if you're just looking at, you don't count the volume of losses, Ohio State has better wins.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And have proven to do more over the course of the whole season.
Ohio State having 3 losses at home outside of the top 50 bothers me.
It bothers me that they have 6 losses at home total.
Well, but that's why they're in the position they're in.
Yeah,
if they lost 2 less games at home, I think Ohio State would have already been in our field by now.
I view Ohio State and Indiana very similarly, and I really think it's whoever wins will probably have enough. Whoever loses will not have enough, and I think that's a fair way to go about it.
I don't know. I tend to think if Indiana wins today and they get to that magic 20 mark, I'm not saying they're a lock, but I think their outlook is significantly better.
And the winner of this game goes straight into the 8-9 game, and it will be against Oregon. I texted you guys that last night. So they'll get a crack at Oregon. And, you know, even if they lose the Oregon game, that's not a bad loss. And I talked to some Indiana people, Dave. I think you're close to there and others. They like that matchup. They just played in Eugene. It was a really good game, and Oregon took it late. But if they play that game in Indianapolis, I think Indiana fans like their chances. So they could, you know, if they beat Oregon, if they win today and beat Oregon, I think they're in really good shape.
Indiana maybe got some tough calls too in that game. Oregon got a little bit of a home whistle.
Chattanooga's down 6 at half.
Yeah.
I don't see I really struggle with Indiana's resume. I still have them in. I have them below Ohio State right now. I have them 45th, so second to last in. The Michigan State win is obviously tremendous. It is an elite. If I'm using the Graham Dorn definition of an elite win, it is elite. But I mean, their best non-conference result was Providence on a neutral court. That is I'll just speak from personal experience. It's a terrible Providence team this year. They beat South Carolina at home. I know, Rocco, you mentioned they scheduled some better bye games, which they definitely did. But
worked out for them at least.
And it worked out for them.
I don't know if they tried to.
Yeah,
well, they knew Chattanooga was going to be good.
Even Sam Houston was supposed to be, I think, better than they ended up. But you know, after Michigan State, it's really a lot of what else, right? Like they have, you know, 5 and 8 away from home. The non-conference strength schedule is not very good. The resume metrics are not very good from a field standpoint. 4 and 12, which I guess is okay for now. I mean, I agree. If they lose, I think they're in big trouble. But even 4 and 12, I mean, if we're looking at how many opportunities they have versus what they actually converted, I think at some point a bubble team would be expected to convert one of those high-end opportunities, just one of them, and they did that away from home. I do not get the love for this resume. I think it's just more a product of there's not much else there.
Yes.
There's no doubt that Indiana's benefiting from a weak bubble. I think Ohio State's resume, the depth of it, is significantly better.
I agree.
But my issue with Ohio State, and the reason I've kept them in my first 4,
is
they're 1 or 2 losses away from just historically being persona non grata, right? You're just too close to the Mendoza line without having something extraordinary. So I think if Ohio State finds 2 more wins, then you know they could be in the 8-9. They could be in a 9 game.
They probably
that's what we talked about last night, though. You know, with Ohio State with that narrow win-loss separation, that's typically been reserved for teams with, you know, a top 10 out of conference schedule. Ohio State's is good, but it's not even close to being as strong as it would need to be probably to be in that.
And it also makes it big because Indiana owns the season sweep if they beat Ohio
Yeah,
State.
I don't even think it's a question for me at that point. If they have the season sweep of Indiana, they have the road win at Michigan State, they're 19-13 worst case scenario. I think they're above Ohio State for sure.
I would agree with that.
What are you doing to your daughter?
She is. She's singing "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star" for all of you.
Oh,
She's actually filling in his bracket as we speak.
probably.
She's talking about the top spots on the Indiana resume. I don't know why she won't shut up about it.
Huh.
Is she like that the corgi that picks games and bats the ball into the basket or whatever.
Well, High Point has come back and is ahead by 2 at halftime.
Yep.
Arkansas,
just for Ohio
Arkansas
State.
moved ahead of Mississippi State. Kentucky's up 8 now at Missouri. And
Wow.
St. John's and Marquette are tight, which we figured it probably would be.
I think Mercer Chattanooga is the game to watch. Mercer up 6 at half in a 1-8 game.
Vandy and Georgia are neck and neck.
NC State up 10 on Miami, Dave.
I know.
All right, guys,
That's
go
the
ahead and
one.
rank those 6. Arkansas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio State, UC San Diego, and Drake.
Okay.
And then we got one more round of voting left after that.
I think I'd rather watch a TBT game than NC State Miami. And I don't even like the TBT.
The problem with that game is just there's just no interest level at all.
Yeah. Miami playing for it just feels like a game manipulated by gamblers, probably.
Vandy tied with Georgia here late.
All right. Tim, I'm going to get you this vote, and then I got to just step out for a minute, but I'll keep my I'll be watching the emails in case there's another vote
Yeah, there's one more vote.
after this one. Okay, I'll keep
Yep.
my eye on it.
Ultimately, we're going to scrub this area of the bracket more than anywhere else, I think.
I hope you know, because you said there's only one more vote, we're getting like a 4-way tie here, Tim.
Don't jinx it.
I mean, we are overdue.
Yeah, we are.
Arkansas, Mississippi State, 1-point game.
Yeah.
Looks like St. John's Marquette might be a 1-point game or tied at half too.
Yep.
All right. Talk to you guys.
He was down 7, now they're up 10.
Wow, up 10. That's I think Kentucky and Texas Tech, we'd have to take a really close look at it if Kentucky wins today.
It's a little bit of the story of last year when I was like, I ended up just sticking to my guns and keeping Kentucky as a 3, and it ended up being right. It was, fortunate for that year, but I just seen they really value those high-end wins, and Kentucky has them.
Yeah.
Now they have some definitely losses that you start going, huh? But
All right.
Yeah, I remember thinking
Arkansas,
Kentucky might be
Oklahoma,
higher.
Indiana, Drake.
wait a minute, Graham is in the he's at the Field of Dreams apparently, and somebody's coming out of the corn.
Watch out behind you.
Yeah, I was surprised with as many high-end wins as Kentucky had that they weren't a little bit higher in the reveal than they were. I think they were 7-7 in quad 1, 6 of them quad 1A, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe that'll change a little bit in the final product.
If St. John's and Kentucky both win, that's a really tough call too. Because
Did everybody hear that?
big thing is not having a 500 or better Q1 record. This would solve that.
And they get a Q1A road win against the top of the league.
All right, so we got Arkansas, Baylor, Drake, Georgia, Indiana, Oklahoma, San Diego State, Utah State.
No, we just need to rank those.
I haven't even begun to get that bracket done yet. You guys are going too fast now. All right, give me a chance here.
No, you're good.
I think this is an interesting time to point out, like everybody focuses so much on the bubble, like on Twitter, right? But here we are at this point. We're like, "God, we've talked about these teams so much. We know how we feel. Let's just rank them." And I wonder after 4 days of this, committee gets down to the bubble and they're kind of the same way. Where it's just like, God, let's just move on.
Yeah, do we need to
We've
hash
talked
this
these
out
teams
again?
to death.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Well, I think, and this is where you wonder, to your point, I think you've brought it up several times, Kerry, and some other people, is beyond just that stage of it, when do they say every game matters, but at what point do they say your resume is basically as complete as we're going to evaluate it? And we're not going to overly change our mind based on one more day. I don't know if that's Thursday. I don't know if it's Friday. I would like to think it goes through at least Friday. And
Feels
I would
like
like
it's
to think,
Thursday, but I
it
don't know.
even goes through Saturday because they've got all day Sunday.
Well,
I
Dave,
do
let me-
think Sunday results outside of a bid stealer and having to make a contingency
Don't
probably don't matter very much.
They make like 5-6 contingency brackets though. They take it all into consideration, but just like our committee, somebody's stuck on Oklahoma and they think Oklahoma's the best and 3 people do and 2 are kind of iffy and 1 is not. Oklahoma loses another game, they're just like, no, I'm sticking with Oklahoma, and that's how it kind of worked. I really don't think. I understand the narrative, but I really don't think they do as much of that as you think. I think it's just human nature that you're stuck on a team, and that's how it is.
Well, let me ask you this. I was just about to bring this up before Dave started talking. I think it kind of piggybacks off what he said. At what we're going through right now, so the 10 line, what day and time is that occurring in the committee room? I would think Friday afternoon and evening.
Dave Warlock usually puts that stuff out on Twitter.
Right. I think, but is that what you guys have understood? I think that's
Yeah.
probably on Friday.
They usually
afternoon or
have
evening.
the field all in. The field's all set by Thursday, and then Friday they're doing some seeding. They're usually done by Friday night or early Saturday morning.
Yeah, so this would be later in the day on Friday, I would assume, right?
Then they work a lot on the AQs, do a lot of that voting, and they would sit around and watch games actually on that Saturday for an hour or 2.
So maybe they make some seating adjustments based on Friday's results, maybe early Saturday. I don't know, depending on where they're at. Probably not. Maybe just Friday.
But I think they spend
But
a ton of time scrubbing though.
But the field, well, okay, so that makes sense. But the field is the inclusion piece, much past Thursday just doesn't seem like it's possible, right?
I mean, I think it depends on the committee and how far along they are, because sometimes they move faster than others. But I think it actually can help to play earlier in the day on Friday, because then I think they often consider that a little bit more than if it's a Friday night game.
But you have to remember when you talk inclusion, they have, number 46,
True.
number
They have a
47,
little
number
bit more.
48. So they have the ability to go back and scrub and move those teams up. So
That's
it's
true.
not like
That's a good point.
they're just totally excluded.
No.
Just like
I
they're
was just
gonna
trying
do.
to. I was just trying to imagine North Carolina being totally excluded and not being able to get in, even after they beat Duke in the ACC tournament.
Tim, I'm sure I know it's changed, but do you remember you and I looked at each other with shock and awe on our face when we did the mock, when they were like, once the teams are selected, they won't get scrubbed out. Or it was the last 4 in. Whoever's situated for Dayton, those 4 teams, no matter what happens, they'll remain there. We're like, what the hell? Are you kidding me?
So that's why they
We actually made them change that rule because we
Yeah.
put up such an uproar. We go, I just said, I looked at Mike Tirico and he was like, what the hell? And I'm like, this makes no sense. Why do you do it this way? And then Dan Gavitt jumped up and goes, well, we're looking hard at changing that procedure. And then the next year they changed it.
Well, I think
said,
there was one year
you work for 4 days. You work for 4 days and you don't spend time on if a team gets in or not. That's worth $250,000 plus to these teams. Come on. Incredible.
Well, as I once heard somebody say with back in the day when CM Newton was on the committee, said a team can play its way out of has the opportunity to play its way out of a bad seed. It can't play its way out of not being invited. So if you're going to make a mistake, as much as you don't like to, a slight mistake in seeding, at least a team still has a chance.
Right. Exactly.
If you if you get careless with the selection process, you're playing with a team's opportunity, not just monetary, but even to have a chance to advance.
What was
Yeah.
Hey, Kerry, remember Dave Warlock was kind of standing around going, well, at that point, we've gone through these teams and we're pretty sure. And I said, well, what if I think that UCLA out, they win, they get to what if they win the Pac-12? You're not going to, it just makes no sense. Thank God
honestly
they
think
changed.
committee, I don't really agree with the idea of all these contingency brackets. I would just focus on my seed list and then do one bracket right at the very end. All you have to worry about is a Big Ten final at the very, very end of the day. And like, what are the odds the Big Ten final is going to change much anyways? Like, I would spend more time on the overall seed list up through Sunday and not worry about trying to do 18 different contingency brackets.
Well, they do,
I
but
agree.
you got to remember, they got to have that stuff to CBS way ahead of time. So they have to have
Yeah.
it ready
yeah,
to
but
go.
then you only need 2 by the end of the day because you've got
You
your
might need
other
4
finals
because you
earlier.
have Memphis playing. You have the Big Ten could move somebody a half a
Yeah, but a lot of
where
the
it's
games are happening at earlier in the day,
Right.
not even up until the very last minute.
I get that,
That
but they
was-
still have to have because it could change a site too. That's the big thing.
I mean, one of the times I
The,
waited until halftime on the AAC championship to see whether I needed to do a
Ballots are there, by the way.
Yep. The no escalators UConn guy on Twitter the other day was like, if you look through all these bracketing principles for procedures, like no wonder they don't want to move teams around. This must take them forever. I was like, no, because of the principles and procedures, all this shit just falls into place once you have your seed list.
And because they have the technology that we don't have to
Yes.
basically tell you everything you possibly need to know.
Hey, we're wrapping up today. Tomorrow we're kicking off at noon Eastern, daylight time. Don't forget that. So we'll be really trying to seed the bubble tomorrow. We'll probably take a look at some of the results today, and we can work those into consideration in the bubble, and then we'll go back and work the results in for up and down the seed line if there are any. You got to remember, this is 1 point out of 30, so it's not like today changes somebody from a 2 seed to a 5 seed. Okay, it's just one game. And I just want to say this, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Really appreciate all you guys. Great,
Me too, Tim.
great,
Thank you
great
for
work.
keeping us
I
moving
learned
here.
so much every year listening to you guys.
Well, I do too. I mean, it's a truly beneficial exercise. And I don't know whether it would ever work, but it would be really cool sometime if you had because we all have our other things to do. So it would be very hard to do it the next weekend. But if you ever had a group that decided, hey, rather than worrying about, an individual banner brackets or payment score or whatever, that we were going to actually try. Now you would have to, the problem is timing it out, right? Because
Right.
with those late games,
That
would be really cool too.
Which makes it the most authentic, in my opinion.
You could never get, if you wanted any run on it though, nobody's gonna be, you know what I
Paying
mean?
the
Like,
attention to us then because
yeah,
we become
that's the
irrelevant. No, I get
problem.
it.
That's
I get
the
it.
problem.
No, I 100% understand that.
Oh yeah, I've always would love to do that.
Say we're going to broadcast our show at 5:00, and here it is, the preview before the preview.
I guess what we could do, what you could do with that is the last day. Don't do it live, just tape it. And then after they select, put on the tape version, post that on YouTube, and then people could see the difference.
Yeah, we might get a cease and desist order if we tried to do it.
Hey, I have
Some
I have a
powerful special
curiosity
interest there, Dave.
question. I have a question for the group. When you're filling out these, rank them 1 through 8. How do you do it? Like I'll pick my favorite and then my second favorite, and then I'm like, all right, this is the worst team. They're going to be 8, and then I'll like work my way in towards the 4 and the 5. How do you guys do it?
Go by my seed list, best to worst.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Well, I mean, I do it, but then I'm listening to the conversation, so I've adjusted a few of mine by a spot or two. Because this is, these are pretty close to in the same range as our seed list for most of us, probably. We may have a few variances here or there, but these teams are all like 9, 10-ish, high 11 type of seeds for us. So I've certainly will listen and I'll say, you know what, somebody made a really good point about that I hadn't thought of. And so I might move a team up a spot or up ahead of 2 other teams in this group based on that. So when I do it, it's kind of a redo, but yeah, it starts from where I kind of thought people were. And then I either get verified or if I no, maybe I need to relook at that a little bit.
And check the Val content.
Let me, this is kind of important. Well, let me just text Rocco and see if he's doing it here.
Might have to re-scrum Missouri if they lose today.
Well, I think the they've been kind of hanging on the bottom of my 5 line, but yeah, if they drop a home game today, I think that pushes them. But anyway, there's a lot of basketball left. It's not really, but a lot.
Yeah, Dave, to your point earlier, it would be interesting if we took our last bracket like last week and then put them all out there and then take our next bracket, say the middle of next week. I bet you I've looked at you guys' brackets too. It seems like we all kind of come together a little more. You know what I mean? Like the outliers come closer to the middle and because we've listened to each other and come up with a more,
Chattanooga's up.
I mean, most of the time I vote, it's pretty much what I already had in my seed list, but sometimes I get little tiny changes based on what we talk about.
You guys
Well,
have
I mean,
already
the thing
swung me
for
big
me
time on a
is,
few teams.
I mean, I respect everybody's work that they do that's here. So that means I value the opinion. And maybe I need somebody to say, hey, take a look at this different because I got tunnel vision on something. I got something stuck in my head. So that's really beneficial to me because I've caught myself getting stuck in something before. And then when you hear somebody else's opinion who knows what they're talking about, brings it up and says, yep, you know what, you're right. I need to take a re-peek at that and make sure that I've got this in the order I want.
Yeah, I
6
completely
months,
agree,
he
Dave.
respects my work. I'm so thankful.
Tim, I invited you to my site.
I just barged my way in, Dave. Let's be honest. All right, I'm going to give him another 10 seconds, and then I'll just hop in the votes for him.
If you're voting on behalf of Rocco, make sure you have Drake and UC San Diego up there.
There's going to be the hard part.
All right,
Well,
I'll
we
vote
still
on
got,
behalf of Rocco
we still
then.
got probably 6 more spots to fill.
You snooze, you
it's not
lose.
the end of the world. Well, I really don't think it's going to matter much.
Well, and again, tomorrow we'll be able to do a little rescrub on it. There's some teams that are closed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, I'm a little surprised by this, but okay. Georgia is number 1.
That's interesting. Wait, this is our 10 seed, right? Not 9 seed. Never mind. Not interesting. Scratch
Yeah,
that.
these are 10s, but still that they're number 1 in that list surprises me a little, I guess. Utah State, it's kind of where everybody's had them all year, right? Baylor a little bit better than I thought maybe they would get.
Ooh, I think Baylor's a little worse than I thought they
I
might.
think
Yeah.
they're a little lower than maybe I anticipated.
Oh,
too.
really? San Diego State about right.
Drake erasure from this group is outrageous. I'll just say that.
And I'm a little surprised Arkansas is not in
Yep.
this group.
Gary, they're right
Anyway.
in the wheelhouse of where I want them at number 41. That's where I have them. They're coming right up.
Drake is my number 41, so I imagine that's where they're headed.
That's where I got them too.
Drake is an interesting team to me because I think I feel very good about their selection. Don't feel nearly as good about their seed.
Tim,
said
can you
we,
scroll down for a second to the 8, 9, and 10s?
Yeah.
You know what I would say about the Drake thing is I typically I am slow to move
Thank you.
up.
Thank
Move
you.
up those teams until we get to the end, because then I can see, okay, something isn't going to happen that's going to make me want to just drop them. So I would rather, that's just the way I've kind of done it over the years. It's not right or wrong. I kind of take the cautious approach on raising a team like Drake up above like an 11, intermingled in there until I'm really confident that they're not going to just, drop off the hill. So, but we're getting there with them. I mean, if they win today, then I think they're really in good shape, particularly if Bradley wins that game. And the only worst loss they could have would be another one to Bradley.
We said it a little bit ago, like this is, the results this weekend, it's 1 out of 30 games and accurate. One that's major though, if Utah State were to lose at home to Air Force.
Yes.
There are certain things that are game changers either way, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys. So that is it for today. You can go introduce yourself to your families.
I go sit on the couch and watch basketball.
Sit on the couch and watch basketball.
Yeah.
You can take a nap.
May do that.
Hey, you can do that at the same time, Tim.
You can. That is very true. Not as good as golf, but close.
I will probably be outside of my backyard at different points here for short periods of time throwing the ball because it's nice out today and the dog will be wanting to go out and throw the tennis balls around.
I got a tennis match coming up in a few minutes. Then basketball.
I got to get ready for not 1, but 2 post games because I got roped into doing post game shows for the women since they're having such a great season. So they have one, they play about the same time as the men. So that ought to be interesting.
Have
So,
a good
Coach,
one.
how the hell did you end up winning by 5? Because I didn't see a second of it. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 teams. So we'll be down to picking 4 from here on out. So I'll make things go a little quicker too. So we'll jump on that tomorrow morning. We'll probably everybody's on time tomorrow, right?
Yeah, at noon tomorrow. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Then we can jump right in, and then I think we'll do that. We'll finish that out. We might spend a few minutes starting out for everybody that's listening. We might just kind of go, like maybe make little check marks on the side here of teams that had an unexpected result. So later on we can come back. We might just go down through the scores because there's so many games today, and kind of like say, okay, look, when we go through this thing, this is one to look for. Maybe could have been a resume change or something. And then obviously we'll note the rest of the teams on this list and that list of anything major that happened. So as we put those last, I think it'll be 6 teams in, and we'll pick 4 out too. So we have the first 4 out, and that way when we do scrub, we have the team in order that we would move up if in case that would happen.
Tim, can you scroll down to the 7 line real quick? What's that,
Marquette, Illinois, Memphis, Kansas.
Okay, thanks.
All righty, folks. Hey, everybody,
All right.
Thanks for joining us. Make sure to tell everybody tomorrow's the big day. Typically, in the years we've done this, tomorrow's our biggest viewership. So we'll kick it off at noon Eastern. And, you'll want to see what happens in the bubble. You want to see the scrubbing process. And then stick around for the bracketing process. Once we get that done, we'll go through a little bit and kind of go through the regions and so forth. All right.
Nope.
All
Sounds
right.
Everybody
good.
have a great day. Thank you so
You too,
much.
everybody. Take care.
All right, thanks, guys.
See you
See ya.
guys.